This is awful discouraging.
I had that for 50 years. Congratulations. Yes, I did.
That Iowa soybean farmer says we could be headed for another farm crisis after China halted purchases of U.S. soybeans. China's boycotting the product as retaliation against new tariffs imposed by President Trump.
And KCCI senior reporter Todd Magel talked with a veteran soybean farmer who says they're in big trouble.
It's just about time to harvest the soybeans here in Osceola, but the problem now is finding a place to sell those beans. Warren Bachman has been growing corn and soybeans just west of Osceola for 64 years. China bought 60% of the soybeans that Iowa exported. He says China's decision to stop buying U.S. soybeans is catastrophic.
This is awful discouraging. You know, we do our very best to grow a good crop to feed the world, and then we can't hardly give it away.
Bachman blames President Trump for the soybean crisis, even though he voted for him. He says new tariffs are forcing China to buy soybeans from Argentina and Brazil. Now many Iowa farmers face selling this year's crop at a huge loss.
The way things are, there won't be a farmer left in 5 years if things don't change, because our expenses are so high and the crop is worth less than it was 30 years ago.
Bachman survived the farm crisis during the 1980s. It led to thousands of farm foreclosures. If the federal government offers crop payments to help farmers, Bachman says he'll say no thanks.
We would a lot rather have free markets than a handout.
Bachman recently asked Iowa Senator Charles Grassley for help with those free markets.
I told him that the 1980s farm crisis is going to look like a picnic compared to today if things don't change and change fast.
Now U.S. farmers are looking for more markets to sell their soybeans, like biodiesel here in this country, but that could lead to fewer soybeans being planted next year. In Osceola, Todd Magel, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
And President Trump talked about the impact of tariffs during a meeting with the president of Turkey this afternoon. He says right now farmers may be struggling, but tariffs will eventually work in their favor.
Are the Iowa farmers that $20 billion is going to their
$40 billion.
$40 billion is going to their competitors.
Oh, they're pissed. Oh yeah, and it's what's really interesting about it is the tariffs are the ones that create, like the trade war. The tariffs created the problem, got rid of the markets, and now we're going to pay them back with money from the tariffs that started the problem. Doesn't make any sense, right? They're more pissed. Farmers want they want a bailout. Farmers want fair markets. That's what they want. They want good, fair markets, and they had that until Trump got there and started doing what he's doing.
I'm seeing more and more people online saying, well, I voted for Trump, but I didn't vote to lose my job, and I didn't vote for a global trade war, and I didn't vote for Elon Musk to run amok in the government, slashing agencies and cutting jobs, and I didn't vote to see America's allies cast aside. Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course you voted for that. You were perfectly happy to see all that happen as long as it didn't happen to you. And now that the leopard is eating your face, suddenly you've changed your tune. Well, you get no sympathy from me. You voted for that. You wanted that. So you sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. I don't care what happens to you. I just want you to feel the pain that you brought on yourself, because that is the only way you can learn.
You know, they aren't good for the other countries, they aren't good for me. And who could blame them putting reciprocal tariffs on us? You know, it's just a match, you know. And nobody's going to win.
China is one of the largest overseas markets for American soybeans. According to the USDA, the United States exported nearly $13 billion in soybeans to China last year alone. Fuller has already faced 2 years of bean prices dropping and says it looks as if the trend may continue.
Last year we took a step back, and now we're taking another step back. So I'm, you know, many of us we'll get through it, and it's going to be tough on others.
What do you think about the stock market, Mother?
It's plummeting.
Why?
Because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
How?
Because they've got our country in shit shape. And now Donald.
I don't care what the man did. I just want to be able to afford groceries. And he said he's going to drop prices so fast our heads are going to spin. Oh man, you liberals will just never be happy. He's only been president for a month. You just wait. Those prices are gonna drop.
I mean, I don't care if I have to pay more for groceries. I think it's patriotic to have to pay more for groceries. If you don't want to pay more for groceries, then you should just get out. I mean, who cares if the stock market is crumbling and almost every single item that I buy is gonna go up 10%? It's not like anybody promised me prices were gonna drop. Stupid liberals.
New trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the...
No, the hell he doesn't. During the last trade war, we saw an increase in farm bankruptcies. We lost 90% of our soybean sales the week the tariffs went on. And that was just playing FAFO in one country. Now the whole world's tariff. I dropped my phone. Soybeans are currently down 28 today. Corn was leaking lower about 5 to 7 cents, and now it's looking at like it's 2 to 1 penny across the board. Crude's down to $61.99, which means no drill, baby, drill. Live cattle are down 4, feeder are down 6. Hogs are down 3, cotton's down almost 3, and the dollar can't decide if it wants to be weaker or stronger. Trump doesn't love the American farm. He doesn't understand how tariffs work.
We just want to work, sell our crop, and have a decent life like everybody else. But if they would just leave it alone.
This trade war is going to impact literally every corner of the country. Some of those who are most uncertain about what this is going to mean is those in agriculture and farming. Like here, corn and soybean farmers and pork producers. Where does this trade war end?
I don't know where it ends. I hope it ends soon.
What is your message to the Trump administration?
Just stay out of it. I mean, if they would just leave it alone and let the free market do its job, everything would be okay.
Because, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.
Tariffs are incredibly bad for farmers. I mean, by the way, anybody who deals with commodity markets knows that tariffs are terrible on commodity markets. So like any farmer who didn't know this was coming, frankly, should just have to give me their farm. It's like, I can't help you, man. But it's killed us on a couple of levels. One, we have lots of rice right now sitting in storage that we can't sell at any price. All of the stuff about China's going to buy American soybeans, that's just a lie. They bought 5% of what they bought last year. Those are the real numbers. And so nobody's buying soybeans. The other thing is that the incredible investments in Brazilian agricultural infrastructure have brought Brazil up to like growing industrial crops. So that has driven the price down of cotton, soybeans, rice, and corn. I think the day Obama left office, the 3 industrial sized cotton crops in the world were China, India, and the United States. And now it's China, India, Brazil, and the United States. And so like having all of these massive industrial sized crops brought online directly because of tariff threats the first time. I mean, it's Taco. He always chickens out. But the damage has been done. Like, if we elected an entire new government tomorrow, I mean, I don't know how long it would take to get those markets back. And the prices aren't coming back for a long time. I mean, this is like a real existential threat for the American farmer. And I don't think that government payments are going to get it done. And I don't.
Your farm buddies going oopsie at this point?
Yeah. A lot of people are going oopsie because like people just want to own the libs and like sort of thought that like this was all talk and nothing was going to happen. And like people are going to lose their family farms. I mean, there are people who aren't going to be able to get crop loans. That's coming up pretty soon, and land values are going to go down. And like, it's really bad. And I don't know how long this is going to take to come back. I mean, somebody's got to go over and like try to kiss China's ass to buy these soybeans. I don't really see that happening. So I don't really know what's going to happen, except that like the American farmer is in existential trouble. And anybody who tells you anything other than that is lying.
Trump says, be patient. The farmer's going to be better than ever. Well, you better hurry up because we can't stand this much.
That was Franz Roland, a farmer here in southern Georgia. He's been farming for more than 40 years, but he said the last year has been one of the most difficult ever.
With the prices like they are today, we're not going to make any money. We just try to figure out a way to not lose so much.
He doesn't blame President Trump for the economic challenges he's facing, but he said the Trump administration hasn't helped farmers either.
We've lost our market share, our trade to China. I don't know who dropped the ball in Washington to allow these prices, trade to diminish like it has. But somebody dropped the ball. Somebody wasn't looking out for us.
Trump.
They got to get this trade back, or we all going to be doomed out here.
But many voters we talked to in Baldwin County, which President Trump won for the first time in 2024, like what they see from his first year in office.
Looking at where my 401k is, I'm going to give it an A. Overall, I think he is working towards the goals and the commitments that he made.
I give a shout out and a big thank you to the big corporations for not paying farmers a fair price for their crops. So far this year, I have not sold a single kernel of corn to the big corporations that buy nearly all the corn in the United States. I sold them zero. I've sold all of it direct to deer hunters and cattle farmers. I've ground in the cornmeal, I've ground in the grits. That bin is getting mighty low. I sold zero to you, corporate America. I'm selling it all direct, and I'm making a lot more money doing it that way. With my peanuts, they tanked the price of peanuts earlier this year. We normally get about $600 a ton or $500 a ton, somewhere in that range. In the 1980s, we got $750 to $800 a ton. Right now, the big corporations are paying peanut farmers $380 a ton for peanuts. $700 in the 1980s. It is slam ridiculous. It is a shame, and something needs to be done about it. And what I personally am doing about it, I started selling peanut brittle made from my peanuts right here on this farm. We are within 20 bags of selling out. We've been selling peanut brittle, I think, for 4 days now. We prepared the amount we thought it would take us through the holidays to sell. We sold it in 4 days. We sold peanut brittle all over this entire country. We unlocked international shipping this morning online, and we're selling it worldwide. Peanut brittle from this farm out to folks like you, because corporate America wouldn't give us a price we deserve for our crops, so we just cut them out of the loop. They're no longer getting a piece. It's straight from me to you.
I'm tired of the United States getting pushed around, and I'm glad he's standing up.
He's trying to do everything. Sometimes he tries to do a little bit too much, but I'm happy with it.
It's Joe from Georgia, so this is news out of Texas. But folks, these are alarm bells ringing for the entire United States, and our government is not listening. Overnight, multiple farms in the state of Texas completely shut down. And the reason for this shutdown was because they have lost almost 100% of their workforce. Now, we know this is the result of the immigration raids and stricter enforcement, but the ripple effect is going to be felt all the way across this country. Now, you've got crops that are rotting in the fields. You have livestock that is not being attended to at all. And that takes a lot of personnel. And we're talking, so now we're getting every area of food to include meat. And the communities that surround these farms, those businesses and those people who depend on the income from these farms, it's creating disasters for small communities in Texas.
Federal crackdown on illegal immigration is starting to affect the Texas agriculture industry. Some farmers say their workers are too scared to show up for work. Fox 4's Casey Stegall spoke with the Texas Agriculture Commissioner about the recent immigration raids. Casey.
Hey, Steve, good to see you. The state Republican Agriculture Commissioner tells me that the stepped-up immigration enforcement is taking a toll on the industry, not just here in Texas, but beyond, while federal immigration authorities say they're only doing their jobs. Just 40 miles or so south of the Dallas hustle and bustle,
row crops, hay production,
sits Lee Calvert's 2,000-acre Ellis County family farm.
My father helps me, obviously. My little sister helps. My wife, huge help. I've got 3 sons, and they're coming along and doing what they can.
Calvert knows he's lucky not having to rely on farmhands to check the chores off, because those who do say absenteeism among hired migrant help has disrupted their entire operations.
They hear that ICE is coming, or they see somebody from INS roll up. Well, they just don't show up. They're scared to come to work.
Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller tells Fox 4 dairy farmers have been hit the hardest.
But on a dairy, those cows, they never stay milked. You milk them 3 times in a 24-hour period. So if the crew doesn't show up, these dairymen go into panic mode. Are you a U.S. citizen? Do you have documents to be here?
Recent video posted to immigration rights groups' social media channels shows federal agents conducting raids on California farms. President Trump in the last week briefly paused this type of enforcement within a handful of economic sectors which rely heavily on migrant labor, like agriculture. Then it was back to business.
We're enforcing everywhere. In other words, the president has said if you are an illegal immigrant into this country, you ought to voluntarily go back and come through the proper channels.
Like Lee Calvert agree there's no place in America for migrants with violent criminal backgrounds, but wishes there was more gray area.
And I think there needs to be a distinction made and a pathway for the people that do want to come here, obey our laws, integrate into our societies.
Many Americans say that you are a criminal for being here without documentation. What do you say to that?
No podemos ser un criminal.
No, we couldn't be criminals. We know that we arrived without status, but a hardworking person who works in the field and puts vegetables on your table can't be a criminal.
What do you want the rest of America to know about you and others who work in agriculture, may not have their papers, but are going out there every day and working?
They should know that despite the risk we run of being detained by ICE, we keep going to work out of necessity. And thanks to that, they continue to have fruits and vegetables on their table.
Well, Elon Musk just stood in the way of billions of dollars of help for farmers and ranchers in America, and there's not a damn thing they can do about it. My name's Will, and I'm your favorite rural campaign and elections expert. Let's talk about it. I had to step into the truck to make this video because the wind is blowing hard here on the farm in southwest Missouri. But it's not the only thing that's blowing hard these days. So is the Republican commitment to small family farms and ranchers. I already made a video in the last couple of days that explained the opposing plans of Republicans and Democrats to help farmers and ranchers. The Democrats wanted a much more robust plan that would have added $20 billion every year to the farm bill going forward. The Republicans oppose that because that's what Republicans do. They give lip service to small farmers and ranchers, but they never come through in a pinch. So we ended up getting the smaller Republican plan without the long-term guarantees. And instead of raising hell about the fact that we were shortchanged in the matter, we did what we always do. We saluted and said, "Thank you, sir, may I have another?" And Elon Musk decided to step up and do just that, serve us another. Rather than passing the short-term spending bill that the Republicans and Democrats had agreed upon, you guessed it, Speaker Johnson reached out to this invisible committee that was never elected, has never been appointed, has never had its day in front of the Senate, and asked Elon Musk if it was okay to carry forward with the bill. And what did he say? He said no, because he has absolutely no understanding at all as a billionaire, worth $400 billion the last time I checked, what it means to try to run a small family farm. So yesterday, the spending bill was put on hold at Elon Musk's request, and now that relief that was going to come for small farmers and ranchers isn't going to come anymore. And we've only got one day to fix the problem, and then we've got real problems. Now, I'm going to say it until I'm blue in the face, and I'm going to say it until you don't want to hear it anymore. Republicans are not looking out for our best interest, and it's time for us to hold them accountable. Now, I'm just a small farmer, but I still voted for Harris in this last election, and I did so because I care about the farming industry in this country, and I know which party has guaranteed the rights of foreign companies and foreign governments to buy American farmland, and it wasn't the Democrats. I know which party has stood up to give the greatest number of subsidies to farmers who can't set their own prices, and it was the Democrats. Now it's time for us to stand up and do the right thing as farmers and ranchers. It's crunch time, and those of you who are conservative can't let the culture wars stand in the way anymore of doing the right thing in regard to what's good for farmers and ranchers as a whole. Elon Musk is going to be awful for American farmers and ranchers. The tariffs are going to be awful for American farmers and ranchers. Mass deportations are going to be awful for American farmers and ranchers. And if you care at all about preserving farms and ranches, especially small farms and ranches in this country, then you better step up and do your part and leave the culture wars behind. Because crunch time is here, and a decision needs to be made now. That's the news from the Back 40. I'm Will, and I hope you have a great day.
I wanted to start off by saying I did vote for Donald Trump. We are possibly going to lose our farm if NRCS doesn't hold up their contract with us on the EQIP program. So the reason that they're not able to hold up the contract is our EQIP program, which is cost sharing on fences, waters, a well, and some seedings, was funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of the executive orders, there's a pause or a freeze on the funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, and they're not able to pay out on the stuff that we completed or anything going forward. I'm not the only one this is affecting. So there are other farmers in the comments saying that they're in the same boat that I'm in because they signed these contracts, and the contracts, even like, so whenever I looked into the contract, I made sure that that funding was set aside. It wasn't funding that, oh, we hope it's there whenever it's done. I made sure that that funding was set aside so that way before I made these business decisions, I knew that funding was there per contract. So they're backing out on the contract because they don't have the funding. They can't release the funds.
Get rid of illegal immigrants, quit eating. And that's for everybody. That's, nationwide. If you want to get rid of them, quit eating. That'll solve the problem.
But when only 5 pickers showed up this morning to harvest his sweet potatoes, farmer Keith Smith saw possible ruin, the loss of his $500,000 crop.
They're running scared because of this new law.
And you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble, bad trouble.
Smith's 200 acres need 20 pickers, mostly Mexican nationals.
There is not enough documented people here to supply that workforce.
Most of your workers are here illegally.
That's sure. If they got documentation, they got a better job than working for me.
Fernando Aldeman, a Mexican national, has worked Smith's farm since 1992. Everybody's just scared.
Yeah.
Now, are you here legally? No.
No.
So, are you scared?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared, you know.
Smith's pickers make about $100 a day. He supports immigration laws, just not this one that threatens his third-generation family.
Well, it's all fucking over. I am officially losing every fucking thing. This farm is getting fucking sold. I have gone fucking broke. Months ago, I fucking screamed my warning to farmers and ranchers, and they didn't fucking listen. And honestly, I didn't fucking listen either. I didn't listen enough. And now I am paying the price, I am paying the consequences, and they are coming after every farmer and rancher next. It's not just me. They showed up a couple months ago. This started, and it only took 2 months for me to fucking lose everything. And nobody seems to care. Nobody wants to help. They say, you brought this on yourself. You opened this fucking door. You did this to yourself, you farmers and ranchers. I didn't fucking know that bringing home one little baby jackrabbit and then feeding it after midnight would make it multiply into thousands of fucking jackrabbits, and they would start eating my fucking cows and make me go broke because I don't have any fucking cows left. Guys, the jackrabbits are done with my farm. I'm selling everything. They will be coming for yours next. Heed my warnings. Don't let the thumper monkeys at your door.
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
Island, a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us.
Did you vote for President?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen.
No.
I'm a supporter of President Donald Trump. Voted for him in this election and the last, and the one prior to that. However, President Trump is about to allow JBS, the world's most corrupt beef organization, to become publicly traded in America. President Donald Trump will be the president that allows for the complete destruction of the small, independent family farms and cattle ranches if he allows this to go through. The SEC has already approved it. Now we're just waiting a mere few days for them to allow it on the stock exchange. And what's concerning is we haven't heard a word from the Secretary of Agriculture about this. We haven't heard any of the large cattle organizations that represent cattlemen speak out about this. They claim to represent cattlemen. The truth is they only represent the big guys. They're bought and paid for by the same organizations, JBS, Cargill, Tyson, National Beef, all the collusion that's happening. Go do a very simple search and you'll see the millions and millions and tens upon millions of dollars that these companies have been ordered to pay for collusion and price fixing, which has cost us our family farms and ranches. And what that costs us as the people who aren't family farms and ranches is a stable food system. As much as I'm a supporter of many of the other things that Trump is doing, anything else in the world that we're working to accomplish and achieve doesn't matter when you have famine and you starve to death. As you disrupt our trade, it's a huge problem. It just, you can't emphasize enough. It takes a long time sometimes to build those relationships, but you can break them pretty quickly. You got to be a good neighbor. You know, it's still business at the end of the day, so we have to have good business deals, but you also got to go about it in the right way.
U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin toured the Peck family farm in Chippewa Falls and talked with local producers and farmers about how Trump's trade war is hurting their operations and causing uncertainty.
You know, farms are usually a very narrow margin and sometimes, unfortunately, a negative margin. So anytime you have uncertainty and prices jumping around, that just is an extra challenge that we would prefer not to have.
When you look at Wisconsin, the northern part of Wisconsin, the central part of Wisconsin, a lot of the money that comes into these counties comes from ag commodities, whether it be corn, soybeans, or beef. That's what keeps these small towns in business, like Thorpe, Stanley, Gilman. That's what they survive on, is the farmers doing well. So it's really important that we maintain these trade agreements, that we're able to export our ag products and keep the prices up, because that's what supports rural America.
In the first months of his administration, President Trump launched a trade war with Wisconsin's 3 largest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and China, increasing input costs, cutting off export markets, and making it harder for farmers and producers to plan for the future.
The biggest problems we have is we don't know the cost of our inputs, whether it be our fertilizer, our crop protection products like our chemicals. A lot of those come from China. A lot of our fertilizer comes from Canada. Then on the other end of the scale, a lot of our products are exported. 20% of our soybeans last year went to China. 5% of our ethanol goes to Canada. And as we have disruptions with our major buyers, where we're going to sell our product.
The president campaigned on bringing grocery costs down, bringing other costs down. And the policies that he's put forward have been producing just the opposite result.
I didn't think we'd have this many problems with our allies like Canada and Mexico. I'm not surprised some of the other countries, but do we have any friends? Is it America first or is it America alone?
I know what really makes me mad? The fact that we can send billions of dollars overseas. Billions. But we can't take care of our own people. Specifically, our farmers, our small town farmers. More specifically, North Carolina tobacco farmers. They're being cut right now, and their funds are going overseas for foreign aid. Why don't we tell these politicians that we need to cut foreign aid before we cut our own people? It really irks me. So if you agree with this, get your senators on the phone and tell them we're ready to put America first.
I tell you what, watching you libs and Democrats every single day proves my point on why I voted for Donald Trump and this administration every day. And every day we win and win and win. And it's so much fun to watch you libs and Democrats just melt. Especially at things that you know nothing about. Watch you guys melt over the fact that you guys have no clue what is really going on in the world. You think you do, but you don't. So, you guys have the day you deserve. It's a beautiful day out. It's time to go to work. Because that's what us, humans do that are hardworking individuals. So, but I gotta go. Have a great day.
Not good for anybody.
Cambridge farmer Doug Fuller has been in the business almost 5 decades. He's tiring of the tariff talk, and his solution to make things right is simple. Best case scenario for this year?
That we never have to talk about tariffs again. Free trade is the answer.
China not buying U.S. soybeans just adds to dwindling hopes, as Fuller expects to start harvesting his beans around October 1st. With little hope, China will go on a spending spree.
Doubtful. This has been dragging on, and there doesn't seem, they don't really want to talk with us, and it's just kind of a stalemate right now.
1 in every 4 rows of soybeans in every field in the entire United States of America has to go abroad. China is the largest importer of soybeans in the world. They import 61% of the world's market. Last year, we sent around $12 billion, I think $14 billion worth of soybeans the year before. For the first time in 20 years, China's bought 0 soybeans and 0 new crop corn out of this country.
0?
So we went from 12 billion to 0.
Where are they buying the soybeans?
Brazil. You see, we lost 42% of our market share in the first tariff war. In Trump's first tariff war, the Chinese went to buying their soybeans from Brazil. They invested billions of dollars in Brazilian infrastructure. They have moved into Africa, and they're going to commercially farm in Africa. Since we left with USAID, they moved their Belt and Road program into Africa. So we've pretty much lost the Chinese market share. If we got 100% of the soybean business, Katie, for every country in the world except for Brazil and Argentina, we would still only have half the soybean business that China is.
Are you getting 100% of everything else?
We're just absolutely fucked as farmers, guys. Everything is so fucked, and I do not see anybody surviving this farm crisis that we're in. Guys, look, one of the best splorn crops that I have ever raised in my life. And because of the tariffs, China will not fucking buy it. And they are the only country in the world other than Well, they are the only country in the world that buys splorn. And so now I'm literally just chopping it and blowing it on the fucking ground because it's fucking useless. It's valueless. There's nothing I can fucking do to it. I am going to need government assistance to make it through this fucking crisis until these tariffs end. Look, I've never raised a splorn crop like this, guys. And this is just fucking heartbreaking to me. I don't know how I'm gonna survive. You know, Trump said he fucking loved us farmers, and here I am just blowing my splorn crop all over the ground. Hopefully he works a deal out where Antarctica and Mars will start buying this splorn and save the farmers. I'm sorry, splorn crop, but you're fucked.
What would you say is the biggest issue facing your community?
Right now, it's basically all of our small town farmers getting pushed out for bigger corporations. I mean, there's 15, 20 farmers that I know personally that are now getting pushed out to do all these big 2,000, 3,000 cow barns. These small town guys, that's all we've got. We had a 5-generation dairy farm. Milk prices dropped so hard that we had to sell all of our dairy cows. We lost our big income right there. Big corporation, you know, they lose 30 cents a gallon. It's not a big deal, but down here, we lose 30 cents a gallon. That's feed for a winter. That's food on our tables.
What do you think could address this problem?
The only way we can really be able to do it is if there's any sort of funding we can get from the government. Help us out. You know, we're struggling here.
What do you think about Trump?
Oh, I support Trump. He's bringing us back to what we should have been. All these immigration laws, I have nothing against when they come in legally, but when they're jumping borders, they're hurting us right there. I mean, they're taking jobs away from us.
Ricketts is going to be running for re-election. I could see, if things don't turn around, I could see the midterms being a bloodbath. I'm as conservative as day on long. I'm pro-life, pro-gun. If they're not willing to go to bat for us, it could be different.
Probably some of the nicest, luscious soybeans I've ever grown. And I don't know if it really matters. The price is kind of in the shitter. And
issue in your community?
I would say probably just grocery prices. There's a lot of families in town where, I mean, some nights their kids don't even eat, so it's bad.
Do you have an idea of what could lower them?
People say the tariffs are like super high and that's what's causing it, but I think long-term tariffs are a smart plan.
This is a soybean. Right now, millions of tons of these are sitting in fields just like this, with nowhere to go because of Washington's trade wars. Americans already pay 86% of the tariffs. And now, Washington's idea of a solution is to take even more of your money to bail out farmers for a problem that they created. If Washington won't be serious about helping the American people, I will. Soybeans aren't just food. They can become crayons, paints, candles, even road materials and machine lubricants. Every one of these is an opportunity for new small businesses right here in Tennessee. Local people helping local farmers. New businesses helping local communities.
What do you think about Trump?
I think he's a great dude. Help getting like illegals out and stuff. That's good. Mostly his one-liners to like get a good laugh out of that.
Why would you say the Democratic Party doesn't represent you?
I feel like kind of crying about too much, you know.
I think agriculture has taken a heck of a hit on a lot of misinformation, and he is not helping the farmer. I mean, we farm about 3,500 acres. We are going to be so far in the red after the crop comes off, sold. You can only sit on it so long. You got bills to pay, and now we're dealing with 7, 8, 9, 10% operating notes at the local bank. You know, when are you going to stand up for us instead of kissing his ass for these trade deals? And the tariffs. More so the tariffs than the trade.
Well, I just feel like the Democrats, they like to help out the bigger and the richer. They're more worried about all of our richy rich and not the working class people. In the last 4 years when we had Biden in there, our national debt increased by so much, especially for that Ukraine war and all that. We've got U.S. vets in on the streets. We can't help them, but we can send billions over to Ukraine to help people that aren't even U.S. citizens.
Democratic Party is just like too giving when it comes to war. I think the country would be in a lot worse place if Kamala was our president right now.
So this white American man went to a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant, and he's seen a Mexican family eating. They were minding their own business. He immediately started to record them and himself and say that they're harassing him and bothering him. They haven't even talked to him. They're like 4 tables away from him just doing their own thing. And it's just so shocking to me that it's so normal how this racism is getting, like, it's so crazy. And the saddest part about it, our own people are being racist. How is it that your own people are against you because they have a paper? What? If it was really that simple to become a legal citizen, don't you think everyone will be a legal citizen? Not every illegal immigrant is a criminal, especially not like Donald Trump. If you're so against criminals, then why did you vote for Donald Trump? I don't understand. Oh, and by the way, for the ones that are against their own people, citizens are actually getting deported too because they look like this. Yeah, crazy, right?
We need trade deals as fast as we can for Nebraska. And we're an export state, and our corn and soybeans right now are being shut out of the market. And that's why Nebraska is on its heels right now. We've lost about 6% of our GDP, according to the economic numbers that are official, and that's not a good sign. And so if we can get some tariff deals and get these markets open back up.
Nebraska going into bankruptcy because of self-inflicted damage. They were team firing over here, saying, you know what, everybody pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Our ideology is nobody should get anything that they don't deserve. Now they want a bailout. They're asking for socialism. Socialism bad until I need socialism. Get the fuck out of here.
I have no doubt in my mind that there are farmers that are farming this year that will not be next year based on the farm economy. I mean, it's tough. I mean, it is really brutal out there. And some of it might just be older retired guys or guys that are retirement age saying, the heck with this. I'm tired of watching all this equity slip away. You know, I'm going to bow out. I'm done. I think there'll be some guys that will also say, or that the bank will just simply say, no, you're not farming again. And guys that can't get financed to farm another year. My question is, does this create opportunity for, you know, young guys up and coming, maybe have a job in town to maybe finally get their hands on some ground to maybe rent? Or does this just simply allow the big to get bigger that much faster? I don't know. I kind of tend to think the big are going to get bigger faster.
One thing I hear the most is that whenever I talk about deportation and Trump, everybody always says, well, every president in history of America has deported people. That's true. Okay? I get that. But in my 31 years of living, in my 31 years here in America, I was born here, I have never experienced as much racism as there is now with this new Trump administration. Because he's not just deporting people, he's dividing people. And I never experienced that before.
In this latest edition of Fuck Around and Find Out, Nebraska, the state of Nebraska, going bankrupt. Nebraska farmers going bankrupt because of Trump's tariffs. They all love to vote for Trump out in Nebraska. Not all, but big majority of them. And look at now. Look what's happening to Nebraska. Going broke because of Trump.
So here's how this started.
Donald Trump just said payments begin on August 1st.
And then it went to this.
We're getting $600 rebate checks. Rebates from the tariffs.
And then it went to this. Well, lady, you might want to continue wearing your hat and put a lot of sunscreen on, because you're going to be waiting by that mailbox for quite some time, because an article came out saying that no taxpayers will not be receiving stimulus checks this summer. And this article is from August 16th, 2025 from NBC4 Los Angeles, which is 15 days after your initial claim of August 1st.
Guys, Trump has done it. He has brought jobs back to the United States. AM/PM staffing services are hiring farm pickers. You can pick blueberries at their client's farm in Loranger, Louisiana for $11 an hour, 9 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. I tell you what, that's just living the dream. Who doesn't want to work in the fields 10 hours a day for 3 months in the summer in Louisiana? Hell, kids will be out of school soon. Give them something to do during the summer. I hear the kids yearn for the fields. But seriously, who are they going to get to do that? Go out picking blueberries 70 hours a week for $11 an hour.
Hey there, TikTok. Well, I got a text message this morning from one of the landowners and said, I think your corn is destroyed. And, you know, he's not a farmer or nothing. And I was kind of thinking, yeah, you know, probably got some heavy rain, a little bit of gooseneck. You know, I had a little rain at home this morning. You know, this is about 8 miles away. And then he sent me a picture. And I tell you, I've never seen nothing like this. It's nuts. So here's a better view. I mean, just look at it. I put a picture on Facebook and somebody said, you know, can you get out there and bale it or cut it and bale it, chop it? Well, I mean, there's really nothing left. It is shredded. I mean, everything's laying on the ground and it's gone. So I'll just give you a little perspective here. You can see my kids standing out in the field here. I just walked across the fence line over here where we did have some soybeans, and you can see there as well. I mean, they are just completely shredded and stripped. So I was standing in the same soybean field here. I walked up to the road, and you can see there the power lines are all snapped off, laying in the field here. And you can kind of see how heavy the rain was just by everything that washed against what's left of the rows.
Oh, wow.
So like I said, this morning I got a text message from one of the landowners up here showing what it was, and I went back through the years of messages from him, and July 29th of 2021, a tornado came through here and basically did the same thing. The beans weren't stripped like quite this bad, but it was pretty close. Most of them were a complete loss then, so hitting the same area here again, it's ugly.
We snapped our fingers and every single illegal immigrant in the United States disappeared. We would literally starve to death. You wonder why I'm so passionate about agriculture and so passionate about immigration as part of agriculture? It's that, guys. You don't know the whole picture. Now, should we have illegal immigrants working in the field? Should we have illegal immigrants working in construction? Should we have illegal immigrants working in hotels and wherever else they might be? No, we shouldn't. But they are, and there's tens of millions of them working in the system. So if we just say, hey, they got to get out of here, well, you have to have a solution before you just send people out the door. Now, I'm not talking about ethics today, and I've talked a lot about ethics. Let's just talk about economics. Let's just talk about the reality of economics. You send 10 million people out the door that are filling 10 million roles in the United States, and 80% of those people are working in agriculture. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think you're going to eat tomorrow if there's all of a sudden not people there to harvest, to pick, to pack, to drive the tractors, to do everything?
This is one of the saddest things I've ever had to do in my short tenure in farming. This has just been a really rough summer. This field usually produces really good wheat, and as you can see, the wheat is still here. We cut wheat in like June-ish, mid-June. It's almost close to the middle of August, and we just cannot get the combines in here. It just keeps raining. The mud is too much, and the rain has gotten so bad to where you can see the wheat is just laying flat on the ground. The heads basically have no grain left in them anyways. So we decided just to bite the bullet, burn the field, and get the field ready for next year, I guess. It's part of it, but it doesn't take away from the stinging factor, I guess, from it. I had to call the landlord and let him know, like, hey, sorry to tell you this, we can't get it cut. There's just no way. Insurance will cover some of it, but you're never going to make up for the lost crop out here. It's tough. It's really tough, but it's part of it. We'll get through it. Thankfully, it's only like one field, about 100 acres or so. It's not the entire farm. So it's not really like a back-breaking deal, but it doesn't take away from the bad experience. At least we're getting rid of it in a very cool way. Just make sure it's a contained cool way. I would rather not start a wildfire in South Central Kansas, but you guys see that on the news randomly. It wasn't us.
You'd find yourself without any food in your mouth, any food in your stomach, and you would be starving to death. That's why I'm so passionate about it, because we can't just be stupid. We have to have a solution. The ethics aside, I'm frustrated by the ethics because I know the people that we're talking about, but I think you still want to eat. So no matter what, we got to look at a solution and not just complain about all of the people who are here illegally, because you'll starve to death without.
It's Joe from Georgia. So we're getting ready for the first domino to fall, and we know what happens after the first one falls. Well, the state of Nebraska, the governor, Jim Pillen, has asked the federal government for help because they're not going to be able to pay their bills this year. And here's the problem in Nebraska. They had over a $2 billion contract with the Chinese government to export soybeans to China. Well, out of that $2 billion, they've canceled all the contracts. So out of that $2 billion, $350 million was state revenue taxes. They're not getting any of that. And the governor also goes on to say that because the migrant farmers weren't able to work in Nebraska this summer, that those people didn't pay their taxes either. And the farmers who already have crops in the ground, folks, they've already spent their money. They're going to need help too, because they're not getting any money from the contracts anymore. Wow. So Nebraska is the first state. And when you look at the Midwest, you're probably looking at Kansas, you're looking at Iowa, South Dakota, all of those places that are large exporters of grains to China and depend on migrant farm labor. They're not going to be able to pay their bills either.
3 beefs, beef loin, New York steak, pretty common. Look at the price.
Going to be so pissed if Donald Trump f***s up this cow market. They kept all these god replacement heifers, which I was like teetering on, God, they're expensive. Should I keep them or not? So that would just be really
cool if Trump does go ahead and f this market up for everybody. Thanks, Trump. Let's hope he doesn't. Just keep your mouth shut, Trump, about cattle. But any which way, guys, could have sold these for, here's what my thinking is, could have sold these heifers for, I think their sister mates brought around $2,400. And then let's say they do drop this cow market into the absolute dog hole, and then next year you can buy $2,700 bred heifers. That was a big waste of money there. Personal opinion, I think the government should just keep their stupid, grubby little hands out of the cattle market, because you know what? Just let it run its course naturally. If people are still buying it, the demand's there.
You guys, I can't stay quiet about this. The talk about importing more foreign beef to help lower beef prices, that's not the solution. It's the same failed policy that's already hurt rural communities, shrunk our American cow herd, and handed even more control of our food supply to big corporations. Right now, the 4 big packer companies are already importing beef from like 20 different countries, including Argentina. They're allowed to sell that beef right beside American beef without a label telling you the difference in the grocery stores. Without mandatory country of origin labeling laws, you as a consumer have no way to know where your beef came from. And that's exactly how the packers like it. More imports won't fix the problem. They'll make it worse. Every pound of foreign beef that's brought in weakens our own cattle industry and puts our nation's food security further at risk. If you care about keeping America's food supply strong and supporting American ranch families, the best thing you can do is be buying Ranch Direct. Obviously, we'd love for that to be from us at Diamond H Ranch. But even if it's not from us, find a rancher you trust and support them. When you buy Ranch Direct, your money is going directly to a hardworking American.
Friday hit different, didn't it? Cattle market took a nosedive. Had been climbing for 10 straight days, and then boom, dropped like my phone service does when I drop in the bottoms. Well, the weird thing is, herd numbers are still at an all-time low. Grocery store beef prices didn't even get a chance to blink. But the Board of Trade has us all scrambling like we missed morning chores. Leaves a lot of variables up in the air. As a feed store, do we keep rolling in big orders of cattle products? Do we tighten things up a bit? As a producer, do we back off? Or do we keep feeding like normal? There's a lot more questions than there is answers right now, guys. But one thing's for certain. If it made perfect sense, it wouldn't be agriculture.
Well, here's a little discrepancy. There's some people crybabying about $6 a pound ground beef. And it's about 37 and a half cents an ounce. But potato chips are 95 cents an ounce. Snickers candy bars are 85 cents an ounce. Fresh tuna is 62 cents an ounce. And mac and cheese is 52 cents an ounce. So, and we have to keep these cattle 365 days a year to produce a calf, and then another year and a half or so before we can harvest that calf. It's not like it's going out and catching a fish or whipping up some farmer's produce, it provides sugar and caramel and everything else and making a candy bar or throwing some mac and cheese together and selling it to you. Beef is not high priced. It's a very nutritious product.
So the last dairy on my road quit milking cows today. Now that might not sound like a big deal, but it really is a huge deal if you're familiar with our area. So then tomorrow will be the first day, probably since the mid-1800s, that nobody's milked a cow on 610th Street in Martell, Ellsworth, and Heartland Townships. Now it's possible that maybe there's a sick cow or something they're gonna have to milk for a day or two. I don't know. I didn't ask. And then occasionally, the last farmer on 610th Street would milk a handful of cows to feed calves, but there hasn't been milk picked up on that farm now in years. And I'm not sure he's even doing that anymore. Ellsworth, Wisconsin was the cheese curd capital of Wisconsin. Wisconsin was America's dairyland. And we've lost so many dairy farms around here, I can't recognize it. Now, you could say we've been losing dairy farms for years, and that would be true. If you go back over the last probably 60 years, we've lost some dairy farms. But it's accelerated. Like, it's really accelerated.
Yeah.
And when I say accelerated,
Not
like
just the
the vast majority of those dairy farms that were on our road went out within the last 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And while it might not seem like, well, oh well, so there aren't any small dairies around here anymore, the effect that has on the community is astounding. And financially, we're not in an area that's like hurting. Like, our area is pretty affluent generally because of the income from the Twin Cities being really close to us. So you drive around, we have, lots of infrastructure, good schools, the roads are good, people are building new houses, right? So at first glance you say, well, who cares if that affected the community? But the egg economy around here is really hurt.
In crisis, a line way out the door of the Woods Chapel Baptist Church in Brooklyn as hundreds of farmers from not only northeast Arkansas, but from across the state came to voice their concerns about the current state of farming. Representatives from U.S. Congressman Rick Crawford, U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, and U.S. Senator John Boozman's offices were in attendance to hear those concerns. Among those farmers in attendance was a farmer in Woodruff County, Chris King. He told me this was his 39th harvest, and he has never seen it as bad as this.
And I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
For King, the main problem starts with the fact that they can't sell for profit.
I just would like to see somebody help us get our markets back. We need our exports, and we just need to be paid for what we do, and that's not happening.
Video on, kind of the farming and kind of the crisis going on in row crop farming right now. Things are very hard in row crop farming for a lot of people. All agriculture struggling, really, except for livestock. Cows are pretty good right now, which those guys needed a good money-making time because they've been selling cows too cheap for 10 years. But on the row crop side of things, you see a lot of things about, corn's the same price it was in the 70s and all that. And I just want to say, because I've got mixed feelings on it, not every farmer is in bad shape. Yeah. There's a lot of people that's been farming the past 20, 25 years, very conservatively, not showing out, not buying, new trucks every year and X9s and all that. And they're kind of sitting in the driver's seat, especially if they're not leveraged very much. Because they can buy some really nice equipment really cheap. And, there's some people that have not managed very well and kept growing and kept growing and kept growing, and they're leveraged to the hilt, which is not good when we hit a recession like we have right now. And the human side of me says I hate that for them because I don't want to see anybody lose their farm or their business. The business side of me says, well, they're kind of getting what they deserved in a way because, you can't just keep going and kicking the can down the road and keep borrowing money and keep borrowing money and keep piling on debt and expect to farm your way out of it. And the farmer side of me says there's a lot of opportunities for young people right now. And people, you might say, well, that's crazy, as cheap as everything is. Well, a young farmer, when he's getting started out, is not going to make money anyway the first couple years. So if he can find some ground that maybe somebody's given up that shouldn't have been farming it anyway, and he can rent it pretty cheap, and he can find him some cheap equipment because equipment's relatively cheap right now, and he can struggle through this next 2, 3, 4 years, scrape by, scrap around, and get some stuff paid for, he might be okay on the backside of this thing because he might pick up a lot more land if things keep going like it's.
Almost everything that could go wrong for Arkansas farmers did go wrong this year, and it's so bad that many are facing bankruptcy or even the closure of farms that have been passed down for generations. A dismal global market and plunging commodity prices mean there's little to no hope of breaking even for many farmers, even as sky-high input costs rise because of inflation and now tariffs. Today, Arkansas farmers gathered to share their struggles with staffers from the state's congressional delegation, pleading for Arkansas lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the governor to convince President Trump to provide emergency funding to help them make it to next year.
We have to have ad hoc payments right now to make it through this year.
If there's no emergency funding this year, there will be 1 out of 3 farmers will file bankruptcy.
Until the federal government steps in to save them, farmers have no one to turn to.
I was so fucking humbled today, and today opened my eyes about how real this farm crisis is that's going on in America and how farmers are being affected. In this, it's a lot, I think, maybe the administration currently. And my jaw is still on the floor from what I've seen today. Guys, I went about 400 miles east And, you know I don't have it bad out here in the desert. The government pays us a lot of money to grow corn in the desert, and we're sitting pretty high. And I went east where it rained. And I mean, I saw farmers out there living in dilapidated $600,000 to $800,000 houses, and the fucking vehicles they're having to drive. Yeah. I mean, most of them are driving 2-year-old fucking pickups that are goddamn near out of fucking warranty, people. And I was talking to this one farmer, God bless his soul, hell of a fucking guy. He's got 2 vacation homes, and he goes, Fran, all I want that 3rd fucking vacation home in Aspen. But with this uncertainty in the farm shit, I can't go out there and buy it. And it really fucking humbled me. It's like, hey, we're getting millions a year out here, and these poor fuckers where it rains, they're struggling. They're having to keep pickups till they hit 65,000 miles, and I got 5 vacation homes and they can only afford 2. And, it really makes you, when you go and see somebody else's poor situation, just really opens your fucking eyes on things.
The reality he and thousands of other Iowa farmers are facing is nowhere near as bright.
Farmers are under a lot of stress. A lot of farmers are reporting to us that in some cases they're on the brink of a crisis.
The reasons why vary. Iowa Corn Growers Association President Mark Mueller says the skyrocketing costs and availability of fertilizer, which is largely controlled by just a few companies, is the most current issue.
I'd say it's safe to say that my fertilizer company is making more money per acre than I am off of the corn I raise. And I'm not even sure I'll be making money on corn this year.
But some say it's merely the latest. Ultimately, the problem is that there's more than one problem. Between high input costs, a lack of federal support, a dry winter, and an ongoing international conflict, there's only so much that farmers can pressure. And at a certain point, those efforts can hurt more than they help. Whether it's putting off equipment repairs or upgrades or foregoing fertilizer.
Farmers are really tightening their belts.
Both Lehman and Mueller say these short-term fixes have long-term consequences on both equipment and yields and the farmers themselves.
I was amazed at how many people knew of a farmer in their neighborhood who had committed suicide, that how many had gone bankrupt. There is stress out there. And it could be done away with by a few different solutions.
Just this week, because of the war, fertilizer here locally is going to jump about $55 a ton. So it's going to be up over $700 for urea.
Urea is a common nitrogen fertilizer used in crops like wheat and barley. But Sommerfeld said the current price pressure didn't start with the conflict.
But that's been a problem even before this started, because of consolidation in the industry. This is just making it worse.
The global nature of agriculture also means events half a world away can quickly impact markets locally.
Even as big as we think we are in agriculture, India, China, Brazil are major players. We're about number 4 right now. So when it comes to these kind of things, they get top billing.
For farmers, higher fertilizer prices can directly impact how much they apply and what they plant.
But with it being dry, you're probably going to see guys cut back on their fertilizer use to add protein in bushels on just because of the cost.
In some cases, producers may also shift to crops that require less of these resources.
I already last fall decided to go with lower fertilizer use crops like barley versus spring wheat.
It could also become a rising issue if global shipping or production continues to be disrupted.
I already last fall decided to go with lower fertilizer use crops like barley versus spring wheat.
Sommerfeld says right now the biggest challenge for producers is simply the unknown.
Uncertainty is driving the costs higher on everything that we see right now. So they're raising prices to cover that cost, and it's hurting us.
While most farmers planned production for the spring late last year, they are continuing to watch markets closely as costs continue to rise.
$15 billion that's going to the farmers. I think it's stupid. I think all it is a pass-through to get to equipment dealers, to get to manufacturers, chemical, fertilizer. Tariffs have very little to do with our cost of production. We should easily be able to sell $8, $9, $10 beans and make money. Corn, we should easily be able to sell for $3.50, $4 and make money. Here's where I disagree with the $10 to $15 billion bailout that's going to the farmers. Let it work itself out. All this money's going to do is continue to make farmers that have made bad decisions in the past continue to make bad decisions in the future. And any money that the farmer gets, he's simply just going to pass it on. So that's all we are. We're just a passer on this whole deal. Don't get me wrong. I think government money in farmers' hands is the best place for it because we're going to support our local communities. We're going to buy shit. We're going to make local communities strive. The problem with that, though, is local communities aren't what they once were. Not going to throw any companies into this whole mix because I got a lot of friends that work in the equipment, fertilizer.
He's talking about John Deere, if you guys don't know. I don't know who he's talking about. I'm just making an assumption with John Deere's pricing and price gouging, especially the layoffs and all these different things. I'm just making an assumption, though, guys.
Local seed industry, but this money's not like it's going local anymore. Don't get me wrong, there's a few circumstances where it is, local dealers, independents, so on and so forth, but the majority of this shit is getting floated across the pond, and it's our money. This money is going to enable farmers to basically spend the same stupid amounts of money they have in the past versus naturally just this whole situation working itself out where, you know, usage goes way down on certain products and the price goes down. But that's not going to happen now because usage is going to stay relatively good because farmers are going to have a little extra money, and when they got extra money, they spend it. So for all you freaking folks out there that are non-farmers that think we're just a bunch of welfare freaking people out here that like taking money from the general public, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. We actually would prefer not to receive all that money. We'd prefer everything to naturally work itself out.
Are you angry?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm totally mad. There's no reason for it. This is absolute stupidity. This is a man-made crisis caused by Donald Trump, period.
John Bartman is a soybean farmer whose family has been working Illinois land since before the Civil War. This year, his crops, diligently planted, meticulously cared for, are losing their value.
This is a yield monitor. This allows me to see instantly what my yield is doing. So this is 4,134. So that's roughly $40,000 worth of soybeans that we have harvested. And a couple years ago, that was easily $60,000. So that's a major change. This is the economics. It's what we do in this country. We export food. And we can't do that right now.
Soybeans are the largest agricultural export from the U.S., valued at more than $24 billion last year, 52% of which was exported to China. But this year, soybean exports to China are down 51% compared with the same time period last year. The drop comes as China stopped buying soybeans from the U.S. and an escalating trade war. President Donald Trump insists farmers will win the trade war. Posting on Truth Social October 1st, "We've made so much money on tariffs that we are going to take a small portion of that money and help our farmers. I will never let our farmers down." John Bartman is skeptical.
Bailout's not going to do it. Bailout, unfortunately, we need the money.
Once you lose a customer like China, can you ever get them back?
I sincerely doubt it.
We're going to lose probably about $2 a bushel this year.
And how much does that mean overall?
That means a lot. It means we can't sustain that kind of loss for a very long of a time period without going under.
I mean, I want trade, not aid. I need a market. I need a place to sell this stuff. When we had USAID, we provided 40% of the humanitarian food for the world. That's all grain and food bought from farmers, from vegetable farmers in the United States to row crop farmers and grain and everything. So we abandoned that deal, and China accelerates theirs. So now I've got a tariff war that's killing my market.
So this farm was bought in 1887.
The Comegee brothers have been in the soybean biz for a long, long time in Hartley, Kent County, and they say it has recently gone from tough to tougher.
Yes, it is a good business. Yes, a little tougher now with the tariffs.
John is also on the board of directors of the American Soybean Association, and while his farms sell lots of its soybeans and corn to Purdue to feed their chickens, he has watched as American farmers' biggest by far soybean customer, China, has walked away from them.
China used to buy 1 out of every 3 soybeans produced in the United States, and this year, not one single soybean.
The Trump administration put tariffs on China, and they fired right back with a big tariff on, among other things, American soybeans, which basically got the Chinese to now buy the vast majority of their soybeans from Brazil and other South American countries, including now Argentina, a country the Trump administration might be giving a multi-billion-dollar support package.
We've already lost some of the market because of the last tariffs, and we're afraid we'll lose more because of these.
So there's been talk about a possible bailout for soybean farmers, but John tells me what soybean farmers really want is just the ability to sell their products, which they say are the absolute best in the world. They want to sell them at a fair price to as many customers as possible, and that includes selling to China. John says Delaware's 1,000 or so farmers have the highest income per acre of any state in the country, but this soybean trade war is definitely making life harder for them. All American soybean farmers pinning their hopes on the Trump administration figuring this out. so they can get their beans back on boats headed to China.
But hopefully, if they can work out an agreement, if you can work out an agreement where they agree to buy so many soybeans, that would be great.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
So that's what we got for American farmers, is zero empathy. We want complaining. It's an American business to fail. I don't know how much more we're going to see for the next 3 or 4 years. Last thing I want is an American farmer to go under because us as Americans didn't want to do anything to support them. I don't care what side of the fence you're sitting on in this. The last thing we need is our land to be gobbled up by our corporate people to lease it out to another country so that they can come in and do what they want on the soil. Think about it, people.
So we're coming up on 24 hours since I got word that we are going to be needing to move from this farm where I have spent the past 20 years building the program that has become Bramblewood Stables. Before that, this farm was Foxcroft, and it was built for Jennifer Jones, who was a British instructor in the 70s, and she created Pony Club as we know it for this area. And she still has so many people who come and remember her and walk around and have homecomings coming to the barn. But I'm going to put this down so I can talk better and think better. Now that the initial shock, we're about 24 hours since learning the news, and now that initial shock is starting to absorb inside of me, and just kind of like my body wanted to reject it. Like, that's not real. That's not happening. And it woke up this morning, I forgot about it in sleep. And then when I got up this morning, I remembered again. And it was the same feeling I have when somebody that I deeply love has passed. And this barn is not just the structure that holds it. This farm is not just the structure that holds it. This entire place is here because of the community that we've built. And I don't want to lose sight of that in my own personal grief. I'm going to be coming on here a lot and talking just so that I can keep everybody informed, so that you can hear my voice and know that I'm not giving up. We're going to find another home for Bramblewood. And already so many people are coming together across the freaking world to try to make that happen. And we have so many immensely gifted people with so many different specialties that bringing all of those minds together is going to take us somewhere fantastic. But I just don't know where that is quite yet. And not knowing where we're heading is really hard for me because I'm a good barn manager. I want to know what's happening. So I'm going to be checking in with you a lot.
259 farm bankruptcies filed in the first 3 months of 2025. That's more than 2022 and 2023 combined. Can we even afford to farm the same way in 2026? Don't we think it's time to do something different? Seed costs, can't cut. Herbicide, we got to have clean fields. It's not a chance. Fertilize, probably the most inefficient spend that we have on the farm. $90 to $100 an acre on a dry phosphorus. What if we told you there's another option? How do we maintain yield? How do we maintain nutrients in the plant? How do we maintain plant health? And still all at the same time cut costs.
Now we're in a very dire situation. September is upon us. Harvest is starting in the deep south, and we have 0 bushels of soybeans on the books to be sold to China for this current crop that's about to come out of the field. Historically, over the last 5 years, about a third of soybean sales to China would be booked. China amounts to 25% of our total U.S. soybean crop. So that would be 8 or 9% of the whole U.S. crop would normally be on the books with China right now, and we have 0. That is alarming. The farm economy as a whole is struggling. Inflation has caused our cost of production to rise drastically on every front. Commodity prices, in particular soybeans, are down about 50% from where they were 3 years ago. And our numbers are deeply in the red. And we send this letter to President Trump because we've been talking for months about needing to have sales in place, a deal in place, a phase 2 type agreement that has purchase commitments along with a level playing field on trade with no tariffs, and we haven't had anything happen, unfortunately. And our appeal to President Trump and his administration is make soybeans a priority in any trade negotiations that are taking place. Soybeans are the #1 agriculture export to China. And in the last trade war, it was 71% of the losses that we had as American farmers, and they're critical.
Again, I don't mean to belittle, degrade, insult, or try and start a war with any group or entity. But these inputs have to come down. Seed corn has to come down. Fertilizer has to come down. I don't care about political anything when it comes to this crap. I don't care if potash comes from Russia. I don't care if it comes from Iran. I don't care. But it has to go down. And we, as the American farmer, can get this done. But it's going to take more conversation, and it's going to take more stewardship on our part to make it happen.
Let me make something perfectly clear. I do not want Midwest farms to fail. With that being said, what I wanted was you to be capable of critical thinking. And if you're a farmer and you voted Republican in the last election, with all the evidence in front of you, well, maybe you're not smart enough to be running that farm anyway, and you shouldn't have it. And because I'm in your area, and I know how you talk and how you think and what you say, somehow you're going to make this Joe Biden's fault, or the goddamned libs. And to be honest, I'm kind of a little bit looking forward to hearing you spin that, because the ship's on fire. There's no getting off. So I might as well hear the story.
Good morning. We got us a little bit better news, Yersty. Seems like our government's going to give us a little bit of a, I guess y'all going to call it a bailout. It's a subsidy. It's a little bit of a check. It ain't going to be much. It's going to come from some of this tariff money. Thank the good Lord. But just let me be the first one to tell you, farmers in general do not want subsidies. We don't want them at all. We don't want these, what y'all call a bailout. We don't want that. We want a fair trade plan, a good market value. That's what we want for our crop. We can out-yield any amount of money the government's going to get us. And furthermore, whatever money they give us, 75 or 80% of that is just going to slip through our hands. It's going to pay off our expenses and our inputs, your diesel fuel, your tires, your equipment payments, your fertilizer, your seed costs, chemical costs, labor costs. It ain't like we're just going to get all these checks and just go willy-nilly buy boats and houses and stuff. That'd be a good idea, but it ain't that kind of money. It ain't that big of dollars. We can out-yield it. We can make way more money if they'll just get us a good farm bill and get us a good trade plan, in which I don't know what's coming in the future. This might all be worth it in the end. That's just the way it goes. You don't know what everybody's thinking, and I'm not talking right side of the aisle, left side of the aisle. I don't know what's going on up there. I feel like we're going to get us some kind of little subsidy, a bailout as everybody calls it, and I know y'all are going to be all up in my comments. That's all right. I can take it, baby. It ain't that big a deal. But I just want y'all to know, we don't want the subsidy. Yeah, we're going to take it because we need any help we can get, or we're going broke.
Is destroying our nation's economy and our livelihoods with his pissing match with China and this trade war. Let's talk trade deficits. You guys have seen me on here talking about tariffs and manufacturing in the U.S. and why it's not so easy to just manufacture everything in the U.S. But today we're going to talk about trade deficits at a very basic level. A trade deficit means that we are importing more from a country than they are importing from us. For example, we import way more goods that we consume from China than they import from us. That's because they produce more goods that people consume than we do. But this soybean is something that China has always purchased from us, and they are not purchasing it right now. This trade war has crushed my business and is making it so much harder for me to make any kind of business decision or have any kind of future for my business. And yes, I manufacture in China. But my husband grows crops in the US. He is a 6th-generation family farmer. That means he's been doing this, his family has been doing this for more than 100 years. We are really good at farming in the US. That's something we do well. And they suck at farming in China. So it's great for us because we can create this in the US and send it to China, and they buy it from us.
Level of urgency is especially high right now for Minnesota soybean farmers. They're right in the bullseye for tariff retaliation, and their biggest export market is now a black hole.
nothing's moving. Nothing's moving.
China usually buys $12 to $13 billion worth of American soybeans every year, but they haven't bought any in months. Instead, they're importing for the first time from Argentina and expanding long-term contracts with Brazilian farmers.
It's going to be tough to get some of that business back that we're losing. Retaliatory tariffs has caused us to be less competitive in the global marketplace.
In the short term, most soybean farmers will harvest their crops and either sell them at a loss or pay to store them, or a little of both. But they can only last so long with income at or near zero. And it's not just soybeans. China has curtailed its imports of American corn, wheat, and sorghum.
There has been times like this in the past, and we've gotten through it, and I know we will again. We just need to make sure that we are making trade deals and get them done in a timely fashion.
The first Trump administration gave farmers a $28 billion bailout after a 2018 trade war, but some analysts say China was better prepared this time, so this battle could rearrange the global trade.
Awful discouraging. We do our very best to grow a good crop to feed the world, and then we can't hardly give it away.
Bachmann blames President Trump for the soybean crisis, even though he voted for him. He says new tariffs are forcing China to buy soybeans from Argentina and Brazil. Now many Iowa farmers face selling this year's crop at a huge loss.
The way things are, there won't be a farmer left in 5 years if things don't change, because our expenses are so high and the crop is worth less than it was 30 years ago.
Bachmann survived the farm crisis during the 1980s. It led to thousands of farm foreclosures. If the federal government offers crop payments to help farmers, Bachmann says he'll say no thanks.
We would a lot rather have free markets than a handout.
Bachmann recently asked Iowa Senator Charles Grassley for help with those free markets.
I told him that the 1980s farm crisis is going to look like a picnic compared to today if things don't change.
How in the hell did I get on Farmer Hate Talk? Well, let's go look at some soybeans. Now, for all you idiots out there, these are soybeans. Right there, that is a 4-bean pod. U.S. consumes 2 of these beans. The 3rd bean goes to other exports. This last little bean right here, this is the amount China gets from the United States. So here's how we're going to fix the problem. We're just going to get rid of it. Problem solved.
Because of tariffs, we're doing unbelievable. We're making more money than we ever have made. And by the way, we're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, just to get off the subject for a second. We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, we're going to give it to our farmers, who are, for a little while, going to be hurt until it kicks in. The tariffs kick into their benefit. So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape, because we're taking in a lot of money. We're finding, the other day, it was very interesting, they found $31 billion. They said, sir, we found 31. I said, you mean positively, right? They said, yeah, 31 million more than we knew. And they said, we don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. They came back the following morning. They said, you're right, sir, it came from the tariffs. We've never seen anything like this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking some money from all of the tariff money that we've taken. And we're
Good morning. Got a little farming news for y'all. You may or may not know China is the United States' biggest customer for our soybean crop. We need trade deals with them pretty bad because they buy the biggest majority of our soybeans. Argentina and Brazil, down in South America, they're our biggest competitor in soybeans and corn. Sometimes they raise 2 or 3 crops of corn. They always raise a big soybean crop. But Argentina is a huge competitor for the United States. Well, this week, Argentina lifted a tax, a commodities export tax. I don't know the exact name of what it was. They lifted a tax on exporting commodities, grains, stuff like that. Well, in 2 days' time, China made a really good business deal. They bought 84 million bushels of soybeans from Argentina. That's 30 cargo ships worth in 2 days' time. Good business move by China. Don't blame them at all there. Well, in the meantime, Argentina stopped that, put tax back on because they hit their quota. Well, last night there was some kind of meeting. I don't know what all went down, but I know the biggest part of it that went down. The Argentina economy is pretty horrible. The peso is way below the dollar right now. They done a deal with the United States for some kind of line swap, pretty much a loan. The United States is about to send $20 billion to Argentina. Argentina is going to send $20 billion worth of their peso, which is not worth the same amount as our dollar is. So we're getting kind of the raw end of the deal on that one. And another thing about Argentina, they're not the best in the business about paying their bills back. They're kind of like your sister's boyfriend that don't got no job and don't really like to pay for nothing and rides off of everybody else. That's kind of the way Argentina is. We just sent them $20 billion. All the while, they're sending tax-free China 84 million bushels of soybeans. That don't make much sense. That's kind of like wiping before you poop. Why would you help out your biggest competition and hurt yourself with your biggest customer? I don't understand the deal. I don't know what's going on. I ain't trying to make this political. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you voted for Trump, if you didn't vote for Trump, even if you did, there comes a time you need to start holding people accountable. I don't understand what's going on, but they need to get their head out of their rear end and start helping out the United States and their farming economy before they go to helping South America and other farming economies. I don't know. That don't make a lot of sense to me, but hey, that's just, it bees like that sometimes. You'll have that on them big jobs, but that's the big news. China ain't bought a single bushel from the United States this year. They just bought 84 million bushels from Argentina in 2 days. And the United States thought it was a good idea to go ahead and loan Argentina $20 billion just so their economy can do a little bit better.
Donnie Lawson is having to rethink his expenses for fertilizer and new equipment this month.
It's not only your gross income, but it's your net income.
China hasn't placed any new orders from Indiana or any other U.S. states at all in recent weeks.
It really doesn't come as any surprise that China's doing this. Any country that has an issue with the United States, the first thing they usually attack is agricultural commodities.
One of the 4 directors of the United Soybean Board, Tom Griffith, says this not only hurts the farmers, but the economy as a whole.
That means that anybody involved in the automotive industry, technology field, anybody who's built wiring harnesses, trucking, all these industries will suffer because of it.
His board has been working to weaken their dependence on China as they predicted this for several years. Now other countries are starting to become larger purchasers instead.
You look at all the other different countries, whether it's Japan and all those that want our products.
Lawson is thankful to have a diverse set of crops to help stay afloat while the soybean industry takes a hit, and is hopeful that next season will be different.
I'm probably certain that the Trump administration will do something to offset the losses we're going to suffer this fall. It's going to be needed and welcome. But again, we would prefer just to have those open markets.
We are being forced to bail out another country's farmers at the expense of our own. EC plans to send Argentina $20 billion in economic assistance. And what does Argentina do? They cut their export taxes and sold shiploads of soybeans to China in just 2 days. Meanwhile, farmers right here in Arkansas are left behind with falling prices and no market. I have been an Arkansas soybean farmer my entire life, until this year, when a deepening farm crisis forced my family to close a 150-year-old operation, and we weren't alone. And now this is coming for even more of us. Politicians like Tom Cotton are letting DC put Argentina over places like Arkansas. As a farmer myself, that is something I would not allow. I will fight for trade policies that put Arkansas farmers first, every time. I'm Hallie Schaffner. I'm the 6th-generation Arkansas farmer running to unseat Tom Cotton in the year.
We're looking at 1 to 3 farms. 1 out of every 3 farms going out of business right now.
Representative and farmer herself, Deanne Vaught, explains the message her and other agriculture leaders discussed during Tuesday's public meeting in Stuttgart. They say it's a tough situation for farms, many of which have been around for decades.
The heartache of having to decide if I can carry on with the 5th-generation farm or the 4th-generation farm, and knowing that it lands on me if I don't move forward. That is a lot for a farmer to carry on their shoulders.
Now, despite a recent report from the U of A Systems Division of Agriculture showing net farm income expected to rise 22% this year, experts like Jeremy Ross say the math on the ground tells a different story.
At $10 and you harvest a 55 bushel crop, that's $550, and it costs you $580 to put that in, then you're $30 in the hole.
meaning many farmers are operating at a loss with debts that carry over year to year.
The truth is, it doesn't really matter what you grow. You are projected to lose money on an acre, really no matter what you've planted on it.
Brandy Carroll with the Arkansas Farm Bureau Federation says inflation, tariffs, and global conflicts have all driven up costs, while crop prices remain depressed. And while experts say the Big Beautiful Bill Act will provide $66 billion in new farm investment starting in 2026, Carroll says by then, it's too late.
And so they're facing a really hard choice right now, how to keep their families on their farm and how to maintain their way of life.
I see our soybean farmers begging for mercy already. There seems to be underneath the surface a lot of pain.
Well, it's not even underneath the surface. It's bifurcated. Yeah, right. Rich people are doing better. They're buying everything to keep the numbers up. Like, I can buy whatever. You raise my prices 15% to cover the tariffs. It's not going to change my life. But if you're a farmer, you're a beef farmer in Nebraska, soybean farmer, if you're just working your day-to-day job and just trying to get through the day, you're getting toasted. And that toasting is not happening in New York or Los Angeles or Boston as much as it's happening in Parkersburg, West Virginia, York, Pennsylvania, the reddest areas of the country, because they also got hit by Doge. They got hit hardest by the Social Security offices closing. All those things had a significant negative impact on the amount of funds they had for their communities. There are two worlds. And I just got into it with a Republican friend of mine, interest rates going up or down. And he's like, well, things are holding up okay despite tariffs. They're not impacting prices. I'm like, you don't get it. Those tariffs, even in some of my Shark Tank companies, because they sell to down market, not the richest people, they can't raise prices, but they can cut back people.
Trump's illegal tariffs have single-handedly destroyed the U.S. soybean market. As of yesterday, the price of soybeans is about $9.34 here in Iowa. The cost of production is anywhere from $11 to $11.50. So per bushel of soybeans, it's about a $2 loss. And when you add the fact that it's about 50 bushels in an acre of soybeans here, you can do the math to see how bad things are. Historically, 60% of Iowa soybeans have gone to China. With Trump's trade wars from his first administration, the U.S. has become an unreliable supplier. So instead of these soybeans going to China, it's soybeans from South America, like places like Brazil and Argentina. That leads to more grains going to be left in the bin, which means to oversupply, which means to lower prices. So here's what we need to do. We need to demand trade, not aid. Farmers don't want a bailout, they want markets. The second thing we need to do is push for competition, both on the market side and especially on the input side with seed and fertilizer.
So the president's got it just all wrong. First, we created tariffs. Farmers are taking it on the chin with higher costs, just like everybody listening to this, viewing this. Then he starts a trade war with China, and soybean farmers are taking it on the chin. China was the largest purchaser of U.S. soybeans, and literally overnight they stopped buying soybeans, leaving bins full and farmers going bankrupt. And now, because he likes the president of Argentina, or at least that was the basis that he gave, he's going to not only he gave them $40 billion. As a matter of fact, the first $20 billion went out, and the first thing Argentina did was lower a tax and sell soybeans to China. And now he turns around and says, I'm going to buy their beef. So it's really, many of the ranchers, we have folks on our staff and in our network, farmers that raise cattle, and, it's a betrayal. They had expected, the prices have been going up. They're finally making some money after about a decade of losses. Our cattle herd is the smallest it's been since the 50s. And they're finally now have a chance to recover and put more heifers in to be breeding stock for cows. And the president says, oh, beef's too high at the grocery store, so I'm going to import more beef. He's just got it wrong. It won't work. There's no guarantee. The big packers, 4 companies, control 80% of all the beef in this country. So you go to the grocery store, it's an illusion that there's that much choice in that case. 4 companies control the beef in this country, and there's nothing the president's doing they will be the buyers. They'll get cheaper meat, and nothing guarantees the consumer will see a lower price. As a matter of fact, they've been making record profits during this time of high beef prices. They could stand to lower some of that, continue to pay the farmer what they need, the rancher, and provide the consumer with a fair market price in the grocery store. He's just got it wrong.
All of a sudden, trees are flying off the lot, and that certainly wasn't the case earlier this week. With more than 100 Douglas firs still on the lot, Miller says sales came to a grinding halt.
4 days straight with no one.
So with Christmas days away,
decided that we had two options. We're going to have to dispose of 100 plus trees, or I can give them away and somebody will get some use out of them. That's what we decided to do.
In a post, Miller wrote, "Our first year of selling Christmas trees didn't go as well as we had hoped for. If anyone doesn't have a tree or knows someone who needs a tree, they are free for the taking." Families who otherwise couldn't afford trees have been flocking to the business.
They're doing a good thing.
And Miller says he's received donations from near and far.
Beautiful. All over Illinois, Missouri, North Carolina, California. Somehow or another, people have seen our post and said, you know, we'd like to help.
All right, this is the winner. In 2 days, all 120 trees found their forever home. We were there when the last one left the lot.
The appreciation that they have, and I know that there's results that I'll never know of. You're ready, you're good to go.
A lesson in the true meaning of Christmas: to give without expecting.
I want to give a shout out and a big thank you to the big corporations for not paying farmers a fair price for their crops. So far this year, I have not sold a single kernel of corn to the big corporations that buy nearly all the corn in the United States. I sold them zero. I've sold all of it direct to deer hunters and cattle farmers. I've ground in the cornmeal, I've ground into grits. That bin is getting mighty low. I sold zero to you, corporate America. I'm selling it all direct, and I'm making a lot more money doing it that way. With my peanuts, they tanked the price of peanuts earlier this year. We normally get about $600 a ton or $500 a ton, somewhere in that range. In the 1980s, we got $750 to $800 a ton. Right now, the big corporations are paying peanut farmers $380 a ton for peanuts when we were getting $700 in the 1980s. It is slam ridiculous. It is a shame, and something needs to be done about it. And what I personally am doing about it, I started selling peanut brittle made from my peanuts right here on this farm. We are within 20 bags of selling out. We've been selling peanut brittle, I think, for 4 days now. We prepared the amount we thought it would take us through the holidays to sell. We sold it in 4 days. We sold peanut brittle all over this entire country. We unlocked international shipping this morning online, and we're selling it worldwide. Peanut brittle from this farm out to folks like you, because corporate America wouldn't give us a price we deserve for our crops, so we just cut them out of the loop. They're no longer getting a piece. It's straight from me to you.
You know, it really pisses me off that the rest of us who didn't vote for the idiot that's in office have to also F around and find out.
Facts.
Backstory on my aunt real quick. This woman became diabetic when she was 9. She got her first kidney transplant early 20s. She had her second kidney transplant mid 30s. Because in case you didn't know, your body eventually rejects the kidney. It's a foreign object. So your body eventually rejects the kidney. Okay? And since that second kidney, started to reject, she's back on dialysis. So she's disabled. She can't work. She's 98 pounds soaking wet. She's on Social Security. My mother calls me this morning. They didn't cut her Social Security by 70%.
Wow.
Okay? Which, it wasn't nothing that she could live off. She lives with my mom. It wasn't anything that she could live off in the first place by herself. Then she gets on the phone with them, and they also say, oh, your insurance is always also cut. Her Medicaid is cut.
Oh, wow.
Because she also has to deal with the incompetent doctors of Huntsville, Alabama, who keep putting stents in her for her dialysis, but they put the wrong stents in her. So every couple of months she has to go through surgery, because then they have to go in and fix what they messed up and did not know for her body.
Wow.
But that's now gone. So the rest of us have to F around and find out with the rest of you idiots.
In 2018, 1/3 of the U.S. soybean crop went to China. In 2023, about 24% of the U.S. crop went to China. They currently have 0 soybeans purchased from the U.S. for the crop that's starting to be harvested right now, and that is a 5-alarm fire for the U.S. soybean farmer. Without trade and without demand for our product, some type of relief from the government is just a Band-Aid on an open wound. What we need is trade deals, and we need them now. Every time we push back a deadline and we don't get something done, it just creates more uncertainty. We desperately need a trade deal for the good of not just soybean farmers and agriculture, but for the good of this country.
I'm making this video from Iowa. We own a soybean farm here, and we are really struggling right now. The entire soybean industry is collapsing thanks to these tariffs and the fact that China has completely cut off all contracts with the United States. They are importing all of their soybeans from Brazil. Thanks to these trade wars, soybean prices have dropped so much that it's pushing all of us farmers into the red in an already difficult year. We're part of the Soybean Farmers Association, and we sent a letter to the president this month urging him to stop this trade war so that the entire industry doesn't go under. On top of that, the tariffs have made all of our farm equipment skyrocket in price. We can barely afford anything right now. Of course, as a farmer, I voted red just like all the other soybean farmers, and now the people we elected are ruining our entire business, our entire way of life, our entire industry. The same thing happened in 2019 when he had the trade war with China. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense that we voted for him again, but we just can't help it. Anyway, any help that we could get urging him to end this trade war would be much appreciated.
For everybody who wants to say there's a record crop coming, let me show you something. This is not an early maturity corn. This corn was completely green a week ago today in one of the wettest summers on record. And it is hammer dead. I mean, it was completely green last week, and now it looks like we're ready to combine it. And if you look at it, all the ears are starting to already drop. And I bet you we're still probably mid-30s, somewhere in there in moisture. And I don't know if any of you guys have been through this before. I'm sure you have. When it dies prematurely like this, it will take forever for this stuff to dry down. I don't see any records being broken, at least here in central Iowa. This disease is a real deal.
This is a tobacco farm, and have you ever wondered how it's picked? Who works it? That's a question I get all the time, is who works in the fields, especially with this current news cycle. And I don't have that dramatic of an answer for you. A lot of tobacco is hand harvest, hand set. Some of it's mechanically harvested, but a lot of it is hand harvested, especially here in central North Carolina. And it takes a lot of manpower to do that, and we do that through a federal program called the H-2A program. H-2A stands for the Temporary Agricultural Work Program. It's where work visas are provided for people out of country, typically South America, South Africa, and Mexico, and they come down for seasonal help. And it is super federally regulated. Housing's provided, transportation's provided, working conditions are extremely strict, and the pay is federally mandated. Depending on the qualifications of the applicant, because that's what the workers do, they apply to come work. They paid anywhere from $16.70, $16.30 an hour for the lower range, and all the way up to $27 an hour for the more qualified people. The people that get the higher pay are the ones that can drive machinery, operate tractors, and also trucks and other vehicles. The working conditions, the housing, the transportation, it's all inspected multiple times throughout the year. Specialty crop farms are held to the highest standard of these programs. And this program is critical for specialty crops. Not just tobacco, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, squash, peppers. Without the H-2A program, a lot of this wouldn't get done. So next time you see a tobacco farm, especially here in North Carolina, and you see people out in it, remember those workers are part of an extremely strict and heavily guideline federal program. And that program ensures fair pay, fair treatment, and fair opportunity for the people that come up here to the United States to work. I hope that answered some questions.
Soybean farmers, you are about to be treated like a fool by the Republican Party and Fox News and some of the mouthpieces. You're about to get flooded with all this information about how Trump just struck this massive deal for 25 million metric tons a year for 3 years with China of soybeans, right? Trump saved you. The Republican Party just saved you, right? Saved your farm. You were getting 27 million metric tons. You were selling 27 million metric tons last year under Biden. He made a deal for less. And that doesn't even take into account the 6 months from May to October where there was nothing. You were getting paid nothing. The American Soybean Association estimates that soybean farmers lost an estimated $10 billion in those 6 months. $10 billion. 6 months of worry and fear and how am I going to make payments and what is going on by soybean farmers. And now Trump and the Republican Party are going to swoop in and say, like, look, we just saved you. They're the motherfuckers who took it away in the first place with this tariff war. Everybody's wound up today because Trump says we're going to import all this beef from Argentina. We're going to lower our beef prices because the beef's too expensive here. And I thought I'd throw my 2 cents in. First of all, it's not really a new thing to import beef. We've imported beef in this country for a long time. What is new, however, is the government getting involved because of the prices and saying the beef prices are too high. We're going to make a deal. We're going to buy a bunch of beef from Argentina and we're going to undercut the American farmers and ranchers who are finally making some decent money. And that's just, it's a socialist mindset, if you ask me. That's not what I've grown up thinking as an American market,
supply and demand, where did that go?
A while ago, how I don't feel like the U.S. population truly understands how much farmers and ranchers are struggling right now. Let me just put some things into perspective for you. To my dad, who's been farming apples his entire life. Their Granny Smith numbers back, and it costs them roughly about $50 to pick for a bin of apples, which is 1,000 pounds, okay? And they just got their returns back for $35 a bin. And then you say, well, oh, the price of apples is going up in the grocery store. Well, guess who's reaping the benefits of that? Warehouses and the grocery stores. It's not the farmers. And I learned a statistic this past weekend that farmers and ranchers only make up 1.5% of the US population. So of course the food system is gonna be broken and not care about the farmers, because who cares about the 1.5%? You say, well, okay, what's gonna happen to the family farms that go down? A prediction that I give it, I don't know how many years, and all of these small owned family farms are gonna go down, and there's gonna be about 5 or 6 large big box companies like Tyson Foods, like Cisco, those types of names that are gonna own all of the farmland in the US, and there's gonna be no small owned family farms anymore.
Absolutely.
Sorry to be a pessimist.
Argentina? Why would you buy your beef from Argentina? Our beef, our pork is raised right here in upstate New York. My wife and I, we started free.
Now hold on a second, man. Is this your wife?
Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not going after your wife. I would never do that because I'm not a piece of shit. But I am going to go after her hat, right? Clearly, you all voted for what is going on with farms right now, right? Like, you literally voted for this. I voted to save your farm. You voted for what's going on right now. Now, as far as where everybody's beef is coming from, the majority of Americans go to their local grocery store and they buy the beef that's there, right? Some of that comes from local farms. A lot of that comes mass-produced. The truth of it is nobody really knows where that beef comes from. But I'll tell you this, people right now are buying what they can afford. And if that's coming from Argentina or from China or anywhere else, number one, we don't know. Number two, it's because you fucking voted for it. If you haven't noticed, most people are struggling to figure out how to put even the basic necessities on their table, much less do they have time to go and shop around for beef other than what is conveniently cheap in grocery stores. If that's coming from somewhere else, once again, you voted for that. Save me and miss me with all the bullshit about trying to make people feel bad about beef coming from Argentina or anywhere else. Again, that's what you asked for.
Remember when you guys all said that you were voting for Donald Trump because he was going to bring mortgage rates down faster and grocery prices down faster? Well, he already said he's not going to bring grocery prices down. And now the Fed is saying those rate drops they promised to be cutting in 2025, they're not going to be able to do that because his tariff policy is so inflationary that they're not going to be able to drop those rates down the way they said they were going to. Shoot! Because inflation is going to keep going up. And inflation was on its way down before he won the election. Under, who was that again? Biden-Harris. They were bringing inflation down. But Donald Trump, his policies are inflationary. They're going to be going back up, which means rates can't go back down. Sounds like you F around and find out.
I'm so excited for everyone to call me a bad person again in my comments, but guess what? I do not care about Nebraska going bankrupt in 6 months. I do not care. I do not care. Maybe a few other of those red states should go bankrupt in 6 months so the blue states can swoop in to save them, so they can understand that we are not the bad ones. We are not the poor ones. We are not the ones who cannot survive under the orange turd's crazy policies. But you know why I don't feel bad for Nebraska? You know why? Because I believe I heard 65% of their workforce is undocumented people, which means they're not coming to work anymore, which means work's not happening, which means all the farmers in Nebraska are going to go bankrupt because they all went out there and voted against their neighbors. 65% of neighbors who are immigrants, okay? Fuck around and find out at this point, you know what I mean? And of course, I do feel bad for those blue people in Nebraska who did not vote for this. So unfortunate. That's what you get for being racist and not wanting immigrants in this country, even though they're paying taxes and contributing, so.
Tens of thousands of Nebraskan farmers are going to be bankrupt within the next 2 fiscal quarters because of this. They wanted Trump to be president so badly, they passed a rule that says it's an all or nothing vote, no splits, and they got him in. And now the deportations are coming, and he's about to steal a very large percentage of their already very dwindling workforce. Most of Nebraska's farming and harvesting and production was handled by undocumented workers, and Trump is going to be very strict bringing that handle down on his new deportation laws, and there is not going to be anybody to be working those farms. Crops are going to be dying in the fields while Nebraskan farmers go absolutely bankrupt from the decision they made. And if they think their workers are going to stay, they're not. They're not going to take the chances, not with their family, not with their children, not with their jobs. They're going to go and hide or just outright leave and go somewhere else.
I was all for fucking Trump. Now with Trump passing the law that if your kid's on if you put your baby dad on child support, they're going to be getting the money from the child, like for child tax. How the fuck does that work?
The funniest thing about this is it isn't even true. These MAGA moms are all over the internet right now screaming and crying about how they regretted voting for Trump because right-wing men who love to control women have spread this rumor all over Twitter, and it's made its way here, stating that if you're a single mother, too bad. If a man pays your child support, he gets to claim your children on his taxes as dependents, even if he hasn't seen them in who knows how long. And they are breaking down. Is this how we win? Well, interestingly enough, it's kind of weird how you don't care how your vote affects anyone else, but you start crying and backtracking when it hypothetically affects you, even if it doesn't actually affect you. And it also shows how susceptible you guys are to misinformation and how misinformation will literally sway how you think and vote. But regardless, this is how we win. We just tell these single moms out here, spread rumors. Donald Trump signed an executive order stating that you have to pay your baby daddy's car note. Donald Trump signed an executive order stating that you have to pay your baby daddy's fucking mortgage and electric bill. And I guess they'll regret their vote. This is fucking hilarious. Anyways, my name is Mercedes Chandler. Give me a follow or you won't see my face again. Thank you. Goodbye.
News right now, the Republican governor of Nebraska has announced that Republicans in Nebraska have dropped their attempt to change the election rules in the state, making it a winner-take-all state this November.
So this morning I ended up on Nebraska Talk, and it was a bunch of people crying, why does anybody care about Nebraska? When we voted for Kamala Harris, when I cast my vote for Harris, that was me saying, I care about you, and I want you to survive and thrive. Okay, you knew better than anybody else that your state thrives and survives off of migrants' backs. Okay, and instead of them waiting for ICE to come, they decided to peace out before they could come and get them. I don't know what to tell you guys anymore. This is what you voted for. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to believe it or not, this is exactly what you voted for. And now you're feeling it. What do you want us to do? You want a government handout? That's socialism. You voted against that. No. Sadly, the reality is that you'll probably have to sell a lot of your farms for pennies on the dollar to large corporations and manufacturers. But don't worry, they'll probably let you work there for minimum wage.
Hey, all you folks out in Nebraska, how you doing, baby?
Hey, man, we're good. Thanks for asking, White Den. But you're going to want to pull that hat up a little bit so you can see this. This is real corn, Nebraska corn, grown with actual tears from my Weegians, or whatever you guys are called. They come out of this pivot, or from the sky, from the other side of the river over there. So, yes, welcome to TikTok, brother.
So my MAGA mom, who watches Fox News nonstop, had her find out moment on Valentine's Day. She doesn't get out much. She has a lot of health problems. But she got herself together and they were going to go out to dinner at their favorite Mexican restaurant in town. However, when they got there, apparently it's been shut down for good. Shut down. So I said to her, because I know they were all Hispanic, and I know they all came from Mexico because the owner was extremely wealthy and he would go back from time to time to Mexico. It was a restaurant we'd gone out to, I'm going to go 30 years. You know, love it. Excellent food. And I said, you think it had anything to do with the fact that they were Hispanic and from Mexico?
You fucked around with your vote, now it's time you found out. Am I the asshole for cutting off my sons financially after they voted for Trump? I, 52 male, have two sons, Isaac, 22 male, and John, 20 male. My wife and I have always leaned left politically, and we've raised our kids to value equality, compassion, and critical thinking. We've had countless family discussions about politics and the impact of policies on people's lives. So you can imagine my shock when I found out after this last election that both of my sons voted for Trump. It came out during a casual family dinner when I asked, "So, who'd you guys vote for?" expecting them to either dodge the question or name one of the candidates aligned with our values. Isaac shrugged and said, "Trump. His policies just make the most sense right now." John chimed in, "Yeah, I mean, he's about protecting the economy. People like us need someone who gets that." I stared at them, stunned. "People like us?" I asked. "Boy, you've never paid for a single tank of gas, let alone rent or tuition. What exactly do you mean by that?" Isaac rolled his eyes. "Dad, I'm studying business. Trump's pro-business. It's not that deep." "It's plenty deep," I snapped. "You're backing someone who's gutted protections for the environment, undermined health care, and actively targeted marginalized communities." John shook his head. "You're just looking at the negatives. He's strong on immigration and keeping jobs here." The conversation spiraled into a heated debate. I couldn't understand how they, having grown up with every advantage I could provide, could support someone who champions policies that harm so many people. That night I thought about how much my wife and I had sacrificed to give them opportunities. I worked extra hours to cover their tuition so they wouldn't have student loans. I paid for their gas, car insurance, and even groceries. And this is what they choose to do with that privilege? A few days later I told them my decision. "If you want to support Trump's policies, you should also live by them," I said. "From now on, you'll need to cover your own tuition, rent, and living expenses. Maybe then you'll understand the real-world impact of the policies you are endorsing." Isaac was furious. "Are you serious, Dad? You're just cutting us off because we disagree with you politically." "It's not about disagreement," I said firmly. "It's about accountability. You voted for someone who's against student loan forgiveness, so take out loans. You support someone who doesn't believe in raising the minimum wage, so get a job that pays what it pays and figure it out." John looked hurt. "You're being petty. This isn't how you change someone's mind." "This isn't about changing your mind," I replied. "It's about giving you a dose of reality. FAFO ain't just some cool hashtag you and your little friends use. It means there are consequences to your actions. Political choices have consequences. You're adults now. It's time to act like it. You fucked around with your vote. Now it's time you found out." My wife thinks I'm being too harsh. She worries this will damage our relationship with them long term. She said, "They're young. They're still figuring out their beliefs." "Beliefs have consequences," I told her. "They made a choice. Now they'll learn what that choice means." Some of my friends agree with me, saying it's a fair wake-up call. Others think I'm letting politics come between family and being unnecessarily cruel. So, am I the asshole for cutting off my sons financially because of their political choices? You know, you got a good point. I don't think you're the asshole. I think you're going to let them find out what they fucked around with, their vote. And voting has consequences.
A little bit of good news coming out of Nebraska. I mean, if you could call it good news. They have identified a way to cut their budget shortfall pretty much in half. Now, if you haven't been paying attention to the story that's happening in Nebraska, there's a lot of panic that the state is going to go bankrupt. And there's some saying it will happen in just the matter of a couple of months because they have a $400 million budget shortfall. There's a lot of different reasons for it. Let me tell you what they are. But a lot of it very much is self-inflicted wounds. And now they're kind of dancing around going, "Oh my God, what did we do?" Nebraska is experiencing right now at a state level what we're all about to face at a federal level. So I think it's important to pay attention there because this is what happens when you give giveaways and subsidies and tax breaks to the wealthy, and you do all of these things that in the moment feel right because they get you votes and they get you popularity and they get you all the shit. And then when you have to pay the bills, you realized you fucked yourself. And that's exactly what Nebraska has done. I think the number one reason that Nebraskans should be concerned is that they've lost their immigrant labor. Nebraska was one of those states that had there's a lot of farming, a lot of agriculture type businesses, and they use a lot of immigrant labor. Whether they're documented or not does not matter. There were people who were not native Nebraskans who had moved there and were working there. Nebraskans, like a bunch of other states, voted for Trump, which told their immigrant population, we're not welcome here. Instead of waiting for the jackboot stormtroopers from ICE to come knock on their doors, the immigrants like pieced out. We're going to go someplace where people will use our labor and will like us and will treat us with a little bit of dignity. So they probably hustled their asses to Colorado or California or someplace else where they could get work and they could be safer. So rumor has it that this was like 60% of their labor force. And when you lose that much of your labor force, you've got no one to pick your wheat, you got no one to slaughter your cows, you're in big fucking trouble. So that's the start of it. They're not making as much revenue. They're not supplying as much food into the food chain, which, by the way, screws all of us. Our food supply is going to be fucked if this happens. So let's just say that. But they also did a lot of other things, right? They put in corporate tax breaks and they did all this other stuff. Now suddenly they don't have a pot to piss in. Their budget committee has gone back to work and they're trying to find places where they can find this money. And they've identified 165 million more.
Trouble keeping guys?
Yo, yeah, it's insane, man. It doesn't matter what you pay them, what you offer them, how good you treat them, if you bitch at them every day, if you never bitch at them at all.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix it.
It's the world we're creating, unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
People just don't want to work.
yeah. And the thing is they know they can go
somewhere else
the very next day and get a job somewhere else. It's
Exactly.
an employee's market now. I'm kind of an asshole too. That's, I've got a reputation of that. Well, I'm cool until if you keep making the same mistakes over and over and over. I just don't have the patience, and and I don't disrespect anyone and call them an idiot or anything like that. But dude, today people don't want you to say anything at all to them out of the way, and they don't want to be reprimanded or disciplined or anything, and
It is sad.
even if you're paying them to do these extra steps to make sure you're preventative.
Yeah.
They want to cut the corners. Like, dude, I'm paying you. Take the extra time to do it. It's crazy. Plus, our environment is very different. We work really hard and really fast, and a lot of the folks that are local kind of like a slower pace, and they don't like that. Hey. Like when we were taking that tree out, you know what I mean? Like when we were cutting all them blocks up and carrying them out here, like dude, people don't want to do that stuff, And when if I'm out here with them and I'm doing it, like I expect you to work. You're working just as hard as me,
Always have to bust your ass.
Yeah, because you knew the next guy was going to replace.
Oh yeah,
you. Yeah. It's 100% the opposite now. They know that we need them. That it's hard to find folks.
Tariffs are having a real impact right here in the Treasure State, with farmers and ranchers feeling it firsthand. Food systems moving out of the country, prices on food and tools going up, and broken trade relations are just a handful of the issues.
Nobody wants to do business with us, whether it's Japan, Australia, Europe, Paraguay, anybody. They don't want to do business with us because they have no idea what's going to happen. It doesn't make any good business sense.
A talking point was the impact tariffs have on the mental health of farmers. An expert said it's causing more stress. According to some estimates, farmers have a suicide rate as high as 3 times the national average. It's not just Montana farmers feeling the pressure. Data from Bloomberg shows 173 small farms across the country have filed for bankruptcy since President Trump took office.
Price is going to go up from moving outside the country, and the price is going to go up for increased labor costs, and the price is going to go up because of tariffs. So good high-quality food is going to become food of the rich.
So right now, people, it's hard to find some joy in some things, but what I find joy in is I just watched a video on Montana where the Montana farmers are going bankrupt. I think the state voted 100% districts to what's going on now, so fuck them. And then I look at Nebraska and see all the farmers crying about how they're losing everything. And then I look at Nebraska and how much they voted for this and how the farmers endorsed all this. And I say, fuck them. And then I'm watching the soybean farmers crying about how they can't export soybeans anymore because nobody wants them and they're losing money. But they supported this. Fuck them. Then I saw a video on vegetable farmers in Alabama that all their crops are going rotten because they don't have anybody to work the fields, but they voted for this, so fuck them. You all got what you voted for. Fuck you. We tried to tell you.
And, of course, tariffs. We talked in May. Farmers were along for the ride, but they said it would have to be a small ride, a short ride. And we're still sitting here now in August, and things, we see a little bit of delays. We've seen some get done, but yesterday the president sent out a tweet, sent the soybean market flying. Today it's dropping right back off. I mean, farmers are really concerned about this, especially when it comes to China. Where are we at, and what's some message you're hearing from the president?
And this is where we really are seeing a little bit of pain, of course, from the farmers. And they are frustrated with the tariff situation. They've expressed that to me. But then they immediately turn around and they say, we understand why the president is doing this. Yep. So they are feeling pain. But what they want to see is a reset when it comes to trade, and to make sure that we as the United States are getting the trade situation.
We got a white man in his car, nobody's in there, and then he has his workers just in the back in the heat ass sun. It's like 90 degrees out here. Hamilton Roofing, guys. Look at us. Even on his phone too. just having the workers in the back.
Trump just called me and said I need to destroy my crop. Let's chop this crop. See, nothing grew here. There's no point in even growing this corn. That's why I'm just mowing it all down. Nothing grew.
All right, y'all, that one girl on TikTok whose name is Slay the GOP decided to make a video about me. Since I'm here, I'm gonna watch the video. So I just saved it, and let's see what she has to say about me.
Oh, your grandparents came here legally? You say that like it's some accomplishment you earned. You inherited privilege. Don't mistake that for superiority.
So actually, it really is an accomplishment that my family came from poverty. From the Philippines, complete poverty. Second, it really doesn't matter if a law makes it easier or harder to do something. It doesn't mean you can just break the law. Like, if it was $50 to get a license 30 years ago, and now it's $100 to get a license, I'm just making stuff up, does that mean I should go get a fake ID? I also find it funny how in the same breath, you're saying people need to come to this country because they're not privileged, and then you're calling someone who came to this country legally privileged.
So first of all, I never said your family was privileged. I said you inherited privilege. There's a difference. Your grandparents immigrating here legally doesn't change the fact that you didn't have to navigate that system. You benefit from the outcome, not the journey. You're not special
Facts.
for being born here. Second, saying it's an accomplishment that your family came from poverty and came here legally isn't the gotcha you think it is. You just reinforced my point that they had a path available to them. A path that's been gutted for so many others today. Do you think that proves some moral high ground? All it proves is timing. Immigration law isn't static. It shifts constantly based on race, nationality, labor needs, and foreign policy. Third, and this part really had me cackling, your driver's license analogy. You're comparing people getting a license to people fleeing gang violence, war, government crackdowns, or cartels. I need you to be so for real. And lastly, I love that you think me pointing out that you are privileged contradicts the idea that people are fleeing their countries because they aren't privileged. That's literally the contrast. You didn't have to flee. You didn't have to navigate a broken system. You were born here. You're sitting in a room talking about how everyone else should just follow the rules while patting yourself on the back for being handed a finished race. You didn't twist my words. You just didn't understand them.
I don't get into politics, but I want my voice to be heard on this one. There is ICE raids, deportations, and massive protests throughout the entire country going on. And the question I have is, why are we going after the working class, the blue-collar worker that plays a crucial part in the continued success of our country? I understand going after the criminals, the gang members, and all the other people that I can't even name on this platform due to community guidelines. But why are we going after the people that help us build this country? We, the United States of America, we are the best, the greatest country in the entire world, man. There's 200 countries in this world, and we are number one. We are the best. And I'll tell you one thing, we would not be the superpower we are today without our Mexican brothers and sisters.
Farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before.
That's just hogwash. The reality is the Trump administration is the one that's harming farmers right now as we speak. What do you say, Will?
Well, I think anytime somebody asks Donald Trump a question about agriculture, he looks like a cow looking at a new gate. He has no understanding of what he's talking about. And then my grandpa would say he buries a 10-cent topic in $20 words. He just drones on and on and on. How does a farmer plan with senseless droning? We need real policy, and he ain't the guy to give it to us.
South Dakota dairy farmer Greg Mose supports Donald Trump and his pick of his governor, Kristi Noem, to lead the Department of Homeland Security.
Are you worried if there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants that you might lose workers? You might not have enough workers.
How are they going to do that? Nobody will be filling the shelves. Nobody will be producing food. Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes.
It sounds like you have a lot of faith that they're not going to do what they're saying.
That's pretty much what I'm thinking. So we have to trust in our officials that are put in place.
Get rid of illegal immigrants, quit eating. And that's for everybody. That's, nationwide. If you want to get rid of them, quit eating. That'll solve the problem.
But when only 5 pickers showed up this morning to harvest his sweet potatoes, farmer Keith Smith saw possible ruin, the loss of his $500,000 crop.
They're running scared because of this new law.
And you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble, bad trouble.
Smith's 200 acres need 20 pickers, mostly Mexican nationals.
There is not enough documented people here to supply that workforce.
Most of your workers
are here illegally.
That's sure. If they got documentation, they got a better job working for me.
Fernando Aldeman, a Mexican national, has worked Smith's farm since 1992.
Everybody's just scared.
Yeah.
Now, are you here legally? No.
No.
So, are you scared?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared, you know.
Smith's pickers make about $100 a day. He supports immigration laws, just not this one that threatens his third-generation family.
Hi, Chris Gibbs, Ohio. The Trump administration's purge of USDA employees and all federal employees kind of hit home for me today. I just lost one of the conservationists, one of the local engineers from the Natural Resources Conservation Service. This has helped me for absolutely years with these cattle, with putting conservation programs on the land, USDA programs. He was let go today in the purge because he changed jobs. He was less than a year, but he changed jobs inside of USDA. That hurts me. That hurts farmers, and farmers need to wake up. This is a big deal. They're going to lose their local staff, and they're going to miss them when they're gone. I'm missing mine already.
Who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way.
Couldn't happen.
No.
Did you hear what I said?
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
Island, a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us down.
Funniest shit ever. So this guy, for years, who always flown those Trump flags, well, now he turned the motherfucker upside down because Trump is fucking all the farmers. Look at this shit. I hope he fucks them all up, man. This is between coming from Helena and going to Little Rock. And now all of a sudden, his Trump 2024 flag is flying upside down. He had to pay a lot of money for that motherfucker, man. They put that flagpole there, and for years, he's always flown the Trump flags. And Trump fucked him in 2016 and to 2020. And now Trump's fucking him from 2025 all the way to 2028. And now it's upside down and half mast. I hope he fucks him out of his whole farm. I hope he destroys him with his stupid fucking tariffs and like he's fucking all these farmers. Well, good for you, sir. I guess you fucked around and found out, huh?
I wanted to start off by saying I did vote for Donald Trump. We are possibly going to lose our farm if NRCS doesn't hold up their contract with us on the EQIP program. So the reason that they're not able to hold up the contract is our EQIP program, which is cost sharing on fences, waters, a well, and some seedings, was funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. Because of the executive orders, there's a pause or a freeze on the funding through the Inflation Reduction Act, and they're not able to pay out on the stuff that we completed or anything going forward. I'm not the only one this is affecting. So there are other farmers in the comments saying that they're in the same boat that I'm in because they signed these contracts, and the contracts, even like, so whenever I looked into the contract, I made sure that that funding was set aside. It wasn't funding that, oh, we hope it's there whenever it's done. I made sure that that funding was set aside so that way before I made these business decisions, I knew that funding was there per contract. So they're backing out on the contract because they don't have the funding. They can't release the funds.
So I'm in Union City, Georgia, and it was said that ICE hit the Amazon fulfillment center on Buffington Road, and bam, they call their peoples, and Amazon works out of, 5 different warehouses in Union City, and like people just started leaving. Bro was telling me he worked first shift started right then. He was talking to me, he was telling me, man, like the police, like they set up to watch who was leaving. They set up to watch who was leaving, and then they figured out where they was going, and they went and got them there.
Keith Smith says most immigration workers left after the law took effect, so this potato farmer hired Americans. Problem is, he says, most show up late, work slower, and are ready to head home after lunch. Some even quit after just one day out in the field.
There's a Hispanic man that works for us, and I say, he's 52.
and he'll make anywhere from $70 to $100 a day. I said, if you can keep up with him and do a good job, you can make that. But they're not physically in shape to do it, and, probably not mentally tough enough to do it, some of them.
Today on the farm, we have finished our final harvest for the 2024 season, and they're just over here just eating some chow. And, hey, chavos! Hey! Yo quieres dice mucho gracias por trabajo duro. El único día fácil fue ayer. Hey. Espero volver a ver a todos. Not very good at Spanish. Hey.
Yeah, listen. We fucked up.
Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have. And I think we can't do that to our farmers. And leisure, too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense.
98% of the fruits and vegetables and 86% of the milk in this country is harvested by migrant hands. 86% of the milk, 98% of the fruits and vegetables. H-2A workers, fruits and vegetables, you can only be here 9 months, and then your farm has to be worker-free, and you get surprise inspections. Make sure that there are no H-2A workers on your farm for 3 months. Cows don't understand that, okay? This is, 365 days a year. Nobody gets it. There's absolutely no program for the worker who has to be on site 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year. We need these people, not just in agriculture, but because agriculture is the third largest employer of undocumented. Construction needs them, and certainly the service industry.
So I'm at Publix, and I just saw like 5 or 6 managers standing around having this intense discussion about a display. It was really ridiculous. And I just thought to myself, there's no way that a display could be worth as much money as was standing there, right? And when I saw this, it brought me back to a time when I was in corporate America working for, a giant faceless company. And they wanted to have more productive and intimate meetings with the road technicians there, right? And that's what I never forget, is the meeting where there were 6 managers and 5 road mechanics. And of course, nothing got done in the meeting, nothing changed, nothing moved forward. It produced nothing. All it did was keep 5 producers from producing and, well, the other 6 from doing whatever the hell it is that they did.
Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history.
I've been involved in dairy farming my entire life. I grew up on this farm. This is the farm my parents came to when they emigrated here to the United States, and I've been here ever since. For 30 years, I've been hiring foreign-born people because there's not enough domestic people that want to come and work here. We've built an economy that relies on people, but we have a public policy that demonizes them. And to my way of thinking, that just doesn't make any sense. I think the changes that the administration and that Congress needs to make is to have some easier path to permanent resident status so that they've got legal status to be in this country and to be doing the work, so that they can travel back and forth without worrying, both on our local roads but also back and forth to get back home. Can agriculture work without them? Absolutely, 100% no, it cannot.
We are a nation of immigrants. This country was not built by immigrants. This country was built by settlers who came here and built this country from nothing.
The wealth of this country was built by enslaved black people. The railroads are built by Asian immigrants. And every time the U.S. went to war, it imported Mexican immigrants to help win the fight. So immigrants did build this country. The only people who didn't build this country are the people who stole the land and put its original inhabitants to the sword.
Okay, this is Walmart's chicken, and it's saying it's 6 pounds, 6.39. And if you weigh it, it's 4 pounds.
Really want you to memorize this shit, okay? Don't ever forget it and then send it to 3 of your friends. The Democrats introduced an amendment saying, hey, we don't have to kick so many people off their health care if we just tax the people that make more than 10 million. And the Republicans voted no. Then the Democrats introduced an amendment saying, hey, we don't have to kick so many Americans off their health care if we just tax the people that make over $100 million a year. Republicans voted no. The Democrats said, hey, we don't have to cut so many people off their health insurance if we just tax the people that make over $500 million a year. The Republicans voted no. The Democrats introduced a final amendment. We can keep some Americans on their health care if we just tax the people that make over $1 billion a year. They fucking voted no. But sure, tell us again how you need $23 billion for a golden dome. A down payment on a golden dome. It's worth pointing out that you could pay the rent of every homeless person in America for a year and it still wouldn't cost as much as the golden dome. It's gonna pass, and it's gonna take a couple years to really feel the effects, so I don't want you forgetting, okay?
Freaking hate it here. As of a few days ago, P&G has announced that starting next month, August 2025, 25% of their items are going to increase in price. So here's everything that I know about this and what we can do about it. So starting next month, August 2025, select P&G items are going to increase in price in the mid-single digits. CFO said that they will start implementing mid-single digit price increases starting August 2025. Essentially, items are going to increase in price by 4 to 6%. Let's take an example of this bottle of Tide. It's 100 loads. It's $19.94 at Walmart right now. If you do a 6% increase in price, that means that single bottle that's $19.94 is going to be $1.20 more expensive next month. So your Tide is going to be $21.13 now. And that 4 to 6% price increase is going to happen on things like Tide, Love's, Pampers, Crest toothpaste, Cascade, Charmin, all of it. Now this is the part I find particularly interesting. These price increases come as P&G said its consumers have become more cautious, digging deeper into their pantry inventory, focusing on larger pack sizes at clubs, and focusing on deals. The consumer is clearly more selective in terms of shopping behavior, and we see a desire to find value.
You're dead to me, Publix. Dead to me. I needed a red onion because I eat a lot of salad. This is the only size they have. All of them looked like this. I just paid $3.82 for a fucking onion.
Trump decided he wasn't going to give us our farm check. That's fine. We're just going to burn the fucking crops. Fuck it. Let everybody starve.
Jerry Spencer turned to unemployed Americans, but says after 2 weeks, most couldn't cope.
The farmer says, start over here and end over here. And that was the extent of their instructions. With the American workers, they all had to be taught all this and separate. And in addition to the fact that their bodies just were not built for it.
I got one thing to say. I don't give a fuck what you think, man. Fuck anybody who believes in ICE. Fuck all of you. Fuck this whole fucking thing and this Trump administration, all this shit that's going on. Let me tell you something. The people who built this country are mostly brown people, all right? They come from other countries and they try to help, build this country so they can get money to send home to their fucking families. But look, you see this fucking job I'm on? I'm on a 440,000 square foot fucking building. It's fucking 3:30 in the afternoon. Usually people are going home at 8 o'clock in the fucking evening. And look, it's a fucking ghost town around here. All right? It's a fucking ghost town. And why? Because fucking federal agents just raided the fucking building next door and they got wind of it. And these people, they can't even be on this job site without having the proper paperwork to be on this job site because our company abides by the rules, right? But no, they're fucking picking them up. They're throwing them in paddy wagons and saying, prove your citizenship. But that takes months and months and fucking months, all right? I'm fucking hot. 2 of my guys are gone because they're fucking like, I'm not going to deal with that. They'd rather be home with their families, safe and sound, than to have ICE agents come and fuck with them. So I'm creating a new fucking thing. I'm going to call it FIRE, man. Fuck ICE. FIRE. Fuck immigration regulation enforcers. Fuck you guys. This is bullshit, and you fucking know it. Oh, they took our jobs. They took our jobs. All right, you little white boy. Get your ass out here and start throwing that iron like I did. See that decking? It's waiting on you. See this concrete? It's waiting on you. See the installation of this shit? It's waiting on you. See that electrician work? It's waiting on you. Quit being a little punk and blaming the brown-skinned person because, you're upset and you're just in a cult. You love Donald Trump. Man, fuck you and fuck ICE. Fuck you.
American workers and American taxpayers have been taken advantage of for multi-generations, for decades. And it's time for somebody to stand up and put us first and put the country first and do what's best for the country, not what's best for the politicians.
Even if you as a farmer suffer.
That's right.
I mean, some people would hear that and be quite surprised that you're prepared to put your livelihood, your family's livelihood, on the line for the sake of politics.
Well, that's my duty as for being the head of my household. I've got to do what I got to do, what's going to be better for the future, better for the kids. It's not about today, it's about the long term. The long game is where the rewards are going to be.
But don't the price of tariffs and what happens in commodity markets like soybean, doesn't that affect you in the short term and affect your ability to provide for your family?
Look, tariffs will probably have a detrimental effect on soybean price in the near future. In the long term, it'll probably work out. I'm a farmer. I deal with bad weather. I deal with dry weather. I deal with torrential rains. We deal with hurricanes. What's a tariff going to do? You know, I got to raise a crop. If I was worried, I'd stay home and not raise a crop. If I was worried about it, I still got to get out there and raise my crop to get the price. If you don't get the yield, it doesn't make any difference. You know, I got to deal with all these other things. What's a tariff?
An ABC affiliate spoke with an Arizona farmer. He farms alfalfa. His name is Shannon Schultz. The Chinese tariff war, he said, could end his business. So take a look at what he told this ABC affiliate.
Shannon Schultz is an alfalfa farmer and exporter.
Normally, this warehouse is completely full of hay. We're not right now because business is just slow.
Business is slow because one of his main customers, China, has imposed retaliatory tariffs on U.S. exports like Arizona alfalfa.
With the current tariffs in place, which is a total of about 66% of retaliatory tariffs by China to us, it puts our product out of the marketplace.
China made up about half of Arizona's exports. Now Schultz says Chinese farms are buying from other countries instead.
South Africa, North Africa, Sudan, Spain.
So in Arizona fields, by the time this alfalfa grows and is ready to be harvested, there may not be a customer to buy it.
It could break us. I mean, it could break a lot of farmers.
Still, Schultz says he supports the goals behind tariffs.
I do support President Trump. And I believe that in the long run, for a lot of instances, this is going to be a good thing. We have to survive till then. I guess the question that I have is, do they need us more or do we need them?
They're the largest tariffs in a century. They're larger than the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which many people say directly contributed to the Great Depression. Does that worry you?
Of course, those concerns are in the back of my mind. But as we've already alluded to, we're optimists. We do a lot of praying. We have a lot of faith. And our faith is in God and not in administration.
In agriculture, there's about 85% of what happens on my farm that is completely out of my control.
Yeah.
So I have to do the very best I can at managing that 15% of inputs and cost and labor and marketing and signing the best contract and doing the best job that I can and leave the other 85% up to the good Lord. And that's all we can do, whether it's weather or disease or a hailstorm or a pandemic or an administration. And we just weather the storm.
I mean, in North Carolina, every year we prepare for a major hurricane.
Right.
You know, every 3 or 4 years something drastic is going to happen. Yeah. So we're used and we're accustomed to that. Now it's just that much more challenging that we got to get through it and know how to and weather this economic storm.
Well,
storm.
This is the thing I think that confounds people. You're talking about acts of God, acts of nature, hurricanes, rainstorms. This isn't that. This is a person in the White House making decisions.
Yeah.
Does that frustrate you at all?
In the world now, we need certainty and we need consistency. And we, like Brandon said earlier, we've got to have trade. All of our markets are depressed right now. And the only way to really succumb to that is we've got to be sending stuff on boats going across the seas.
Yeah.
But I think that's also where part of not just, the president comes into play, but I think that's where also a lot of the cabinets of staff and all the people that he has, and also, all your other department agencies come into play and making sure we have those relationships.
Do you think the president has that?
I mean, I think he knows he's got people in place, and I'm hoping that that's what he can rely on.
I would rather face this trade war than a Category 4 or 5 storm coming off the coast of Wilmington.
With these new tariffs that we have for products from China, who's going to pay for it? And so many people keep saying, well, the consumer is going to pay for it, the consumer is going to pay for it. And in this case, this is an example of how the consumer isn't going to pay for this cost. This bag right here, it comes from China. It's 25% more costly today than it was 2 weeks ago. And you, as the consumer, aren't going to pay that extra cost. And why? Because the supply and demand of the market means that today, there's all the onions that you as the consumers need. We have low onion prices, and we can't raise our prices. So we as farmers are absorbing the additional cost when it comes to our bags. When it comes to other inputs, other things that we might be paying for, if it's metal or fertilizer or everything else for that matter, we're going to be paying for it because we cannot raise our prices. Now, someday in the future, maybe we'll be able to increase those prices and recapture it. But right now, when we need the money to operate we can't ask for it because there's too many onions, and that's just the fact of the matter. So tariffs don't immediately get passed to you as the consumer. They'll get to you eventually, but right now, me and my family, we as farmers are absorbing the cost of the...
Okay, so China just announced that their new tariffs are going to specifically target red states, and that should tell you something kind of wild. Other countries understand America better than most Americans do. Seriously. Like, they know that if they slap tariffs on things like soybeans, pork, or other agricultural goods, it's not just about the economics. It's political. Because a lot of that stuff comes from red states. Places that voted for Donald Trump. Places that are key to Republican power. This isn't random, it's strategic. China knows where to put the political pressure points on, and they're pushing on them. They're trying to create pain in areas that are most likely to push Republican leaders to the negotiating table. Meanwhile, a lot of Americans still think foreign policy and trade wars are just about winning or being tough. But this shows that it's way more complex than that. China's basically saying, cool, you want to play hardball? We'll make your own voters feel it. And the fact that they can pull this off, that they understand our internal politics so well, is kind of alarming. Like, they've done their homework. Have we?
Alright guys, I didn't really want to have to get on here and do this, but I had to. These are fiberglass steaks right here. Those big bulky steaks on the back of the truck, wooden steaks. I called 2 weeks ago to get a quote on these fiberglass steaks because we need some more steaks this year. I got a quote, 83 cents. I called the man this morning. I said, hey, I know these tariffs are crazy and everything going on. I said, what can you do me on those fiberglass steaks now if we needed a load? It's a 3-month ETA from time you place the order. He said, Taylor, you don't want to hear this price that I'm about to give you. And I said, well, give it to me anyways. He said, each of those steaks now is going to be $1.74 a piece. And I said, well, you know, and I know both that we can't do that, and that's going to be impossible. So that's just to let you know a little bit of what we're going through out here on our farm and what farmers in general are going through. These tariffs, not the best thing for our country.
I'm voting for Donald Trump for the economy and to own the libs. Well, there goes my shoe business. I don't understand why the tariffs have to eliminate the mini-me's exception. Why does the government punish small businesses in the country knowing full well that Nike and other big brands will be fine paying the taxes, but Steffi and I get wiped out?
I think that's always fun to point out about this is they never blame Trump. It's the government boogeyman. Because it could never be your dear leader's fault, even though it was his plan and he's the one on the news saying the beautiful, beautiful tariffs. But don't worry guys, a lot of MAGA saw his cry for help and decided to buy a bunch of shoes and products from him.
Thanks to all those who bought shoes from the shop last night, but we do have to note that all customers will be required to go to their local post office and pay Trump's 145% tax before you're allowed to receive them.
Tariffs are not going to improve American-made products. As someone who makes hay, I'm going to tell you why. We're in Florida. This hay is anywhere from $19.50 a square bale, right? This is about what we go through it for a horse in like a day or two, to $30 a square bale. Up in Maryland, where we make it, it usually costs us $8.50 to $10 a bale to buy. Because fertilizer coming from Canada is going to be increasing to $40,000 this spring for us, we have to increase our hay prices. So even though we're making the product in the country, we still need supplies from other countries, which makes it so we're going to have to increase prices from $3 to $5 a bale at best, which makes it so that that's the tariff price difference.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the...
No, the hell he doesn't. During the last trade war, we saw an increase in farm bankruptcies. We lost 90% of our soybean sales the week the tariffs went on. And that was just playing FAFO in one country. Now the whole world's tariff. I dropped my phone. Soybeans are currently down 28 today. Corn was leaking lower about 5 to 7 cents, and now it's looking at like it's 2 to 1 penny across the board. Crude's down to $61.99, which means no drill, baby, drill. Live cattle are down 4, feeder are down 6. Hogs are down 3, cotton's down almost 3, and the dollar can't decide if it wants to be weaker or stronger. Trump doesn't love the American farm.
We should spend more time listening to what farmers want politically and voting in accordance with their wishes. Now, why is what you're going to ask? Why should we hold farmers' opinions in such high regard? Why should we put them on some pedestal? It's very simple, because quite literally, don't bite the hand that feeds you. What would we do without farmers? Spoiler alert, no one would need Manjaro. Arguably the most important, crucial industry in this country for all of us gets ignored. Occasionally it's just, oh, the farmers are protesting again. Well, go and talk to them and find out why. Listen to them. So many farmers are struggling to stay afloat. There was a farmer I spoke to the other week. He said the only reason he can keep going is because none of his machinery is on finance. No farmers, no food. Simple. So let's have a look at how farmers vote. So this right here is how farmers voted in 2024, right? Most of them voted Conservative. Now in December 2025, farmers were asked how would you vote if there was a general election tomorrow? And this is how they'd vote. Reform UK, 40%. Conservatives, 28%. Labour, 1%. That's 1% of farmers pressing the wrong button on the survey by accident. So listen to farmers, vote the way they would vote if you want to continue having the incredible food that they've produced for our whole life.
Well, Donald Trump is trying to get those immigrants to come back to the United States. You know all those farm workers that he's been deporting? Apparently it caused a labor shortage because we can't get enough Americans to get off their lazy ass to go out in the field and pick those veggies. So he changed the rules according to the New York Times and is offering temporary visas for those farm workers to come back and work. But they only have to pay them as low as $1 an hour in some states.
What?
And part of their compensation can be room and board.
Okay.
And he's offering it for those that has maids too. They can literally have people working in their field and in their house, and their whole compensation is giving them a place to sleep and some food. Kind of weird, ain't it? It's such a bad thing that the farm workers of America are suing his ass because they're saying that it's going to cut into their salary. And those are American people, actually, that runs farming equipment and stuff for farmers that aren't lazy. Does that sound like a fucking deal?
People are facing federal charges after prosecutors say they obtained illegal work visas and exploited farm workers in eastern Washington. According to an indictment filed earlier this month, the group is accused of trafficking hundreds of workers using illegal means and abusing those workers once they were on the job. Federal prosecutors say the group formed a fraudulent business to get a hold of temporary work visas under the government's H-2A program. The indictment alleges they lured workers from Mexico with promises of employment across Benton and Yakima counties and then denied those workers proper pay, food, and housing. Prosecutors say in some cases the group using the name Harvest Plus even charged illegal fees for housing and transportation.
Building on this, is it possible to be too petty? Because I think I just made a really big mistake. So if you don't already know, for months now, I've been fighting with a rich land developer who came onto my property and put a bunch of survey stakes because he found a loophole that allowed him to take my land. So because I'm petty, I loaded not one, not two, but 26 full dump loads of sledge and dumped it right onto the plot of land that he's turning into houses next month. They now have to delay the homes being built. So after all this happened, I got a phone call from the developer himself apologizing, saying he didn't realize the land he took was from me. If he knew, he would have stayed out of it. Because the buyers of the homes he's selling saw my viral post, and now they're too afraid to buy the home.
Call me crazy, but I think it's actually wild as fuck for y'all to be asking us to donate to the future farmers of America when if they voted the right way, the money that they were getting previously, they would still be getting, and they wouldn't be out here penny pinching poor people for money. You won't get my change. I voted for you to get money. You voted against it.
There, Mag, I'm just a random redneck who owns a full-time farm in rural North Carolina, and although I may have a little extra wriggle in my Wranglers and sparkle in my spurs, I'm otherwise just your average fruit who grows your vegetables. You're more likely to see me at a dirt track race than watching Drag Race, and unlike the present, our cat-eyed VP, the closest thing I've ever come to wearing makeup is tinted sunscreen. In other words, I'm one of those privileged, palatable Ujfe acropes who you can tolerate and sometimes even celebrate as you confabulate to your congregations about how you're such a kind-hearted Christian that you even have a fruity friend. God bless his sassy soulish soul. I'd say shame on you, but anybody who still supports Trump is beyond shame. Every time I've assumed your party has reached the very bottom of the moral abyss, I'm wrong. The only bottoms I've seen in your party are your husbands, pastors, and politicians on Grindr. If Trump was the one who lit Rome on fire, you'd thank him for giving you warmth as you watched your city burn. You'd roast marshmallows on the embers of your own home and thank Trump for the campfire before ever thinking of accusing him of arson. No person I'm aware of has broken the second great commandment to love our neighbor as much as Trump and his followers have. Your group's decided to live the exact opposite of the counsel of Matthew 25. For people were hungry and you took away their food stamps and burnt food meant for starving children. They were strangers and you deported them. They were sick and you cut their Medicaid. If Moses himself rebuked you for worshiping your golden idol, you'd call his 10 Commandments fake news and mock his stutter. For 10 years, I've watched as you sold your values for a man who traded women like Southern folk trade banana pudding recipes at a church picnic. The people around him end up indicted or disgraced, and very few of them have lasted longer in his circle of jerks than Jojo Siwa even lasted as a taco tickler. You've traded due process for Donald's grievances, kindness for clanship, and morals for MAGA. You see immigrants as the least among us, and have somehow forgotten that verse that says that how you treat the least is how you would treat Christ. I don't ever want to hear a Christian speculate again about how somebody could possibly crucify Christ when every day they betray his teachings in the name of a false, ephemeral, and feckless idol who paints himself gold. I've tried giving it to you straight, but now I'm going to give it to you gay. Your values are as prolapsed as a party bottom's backside, and it's time to think about how that happened and how to fix it. Have a blessed day.
Never in my life faced a time, and I've been farming since 1993 on my own, where the outlook is so bleak financially.
In a year where crops have been tested by Mother Nature, the toughest test may lie just ahead for farmers. Harvest begins across Arkansas, but for farmers like Cliff Carter, the challenge will happen after.
This is the first time in my life farming that I still have crop in my bins that I can't sell.
Despite a good crop this year, Carter says the prices they get for those crops won't cover expenses. He's not alone. Ag America reported in March the agricultural trade could reach a record trade deficit. Carter says the price for crops has dropped drastically.
Basically, what we're getting out a bushel of corn or a bushel of rice would be like you making $5 an hour and trying to pay your bills at home. In today's time, we can't do it.
Carter says farmers face challenges from several angles. Earlier this year, tariffs were imposed on U.S. exports. Carter said while businesses can fight tariffs by raising their prices, the reality is not the same for farmers.
We can't do that. Our price, the price is set for us is global market.
He said those tariffs are costing farmers their biggest customers.
Mexico and China are the two biggest rice buyers for the United. They buy more rice off of us than anyone. And when they stop buying rice, we have nowhere to go with the rice.
Carter said it's not just tariffs. The rise in global competitors like Brazil is also hurting farmers. Selling domestically is an option, but
I was offered $3.90 a bushel for rice last week to make dog food out of. That won't even cover my seed cost hardly.
Agriculture is a $20 billion industry in Arkansas. Carter fears that failure for farmers won't just stop with them.
It won't be a trickle-down effect. It will be like flushing a toilet.
I hire Americans. The simple answer is we can't get the workers. No American ever calls. No American ever shows up. That's why we are so grateful for the guys that are willing to come and do the work here on the farm. We can't do this without them. And we can't do this with people in our local communities a lot of the time.
This Republican farmer in Florida is finding out the hard way. W is a lifelong strawberry farmer in Central Florida and a proud supporter. He lives in a deeply conservative area where stupid flags fly in the heat and stupid stickers cover just about every single mailbox. But now, W is quietly admitting that something's wrong because the immigration policies that he voted for, they're now destroying his farm. W says he supports the president, but he's struggling to stay afloat. And like most farmers, he relies on migrant labor. The exact kind of labor that's now disappearing thanks to the harsh immigration crackdowns from the guy he voted for. A lot of workers have left. The rest are hiding. And W says he's been forced to cut back because he doesn't have the workforce anymore. He used to hire a mix of undocumented workers and H-2A visa holders, but with the understandable fear of deportation growing and the cost of H-2A workers going up, he's stuck. He can't afford to bring in more help, and he won't risk hiring undocumented workers anymore. It's like W, it's time to pack it up. If your farm needs cheap labor to survive, your farm shouldn't be around anymore. And of course, W says there needs to be an easier path to legalization for longtime immigrant workers. And it's like he still supports the Republican Party, even though they're the absolute last people to want that.
There, Mag, I'm just a random redneck who owns a full-time farm in rural North Carolina, and although I may have a little extra wriggle in my Wranglers and sparkle in my spurs, I'm otherwise just your average fruit who grows your vegetables. You're more likely to see me at a dirt track race than watching drag race, and unlike the president, our cat-eyed VP, the closest thing I've ever come to wearing makeup is tinted sunscreen. In other words, I'm one of those privileged, palatable Ujfe acropes who you can tolerate and sometimes even celebrate as you confabulate to your congregations about how you're such a kind-hearted Christian that you even have a fruity friend. God bless his sassy soul-age soul. I'd say shame on you, but anybody who still supports Trump Trump is beyond shame. Every time I've assumed your party has reached the very bottom of the moral abyss, I'm wrong. The only bottoms I've seen in your party are your husbands, pastors, and politicians on Grindr. If Trump was the one who lit Rome on fire, you'd thank him for giving you warmth as you watched your city burn. You'd roast marshmallows on the embers of your own home and thank Trump for the campfire before ever thinking of accusing him of arson. No person I'm aware of has broken the second great commandment to love our neighbor as much as Trump and his followers have. Your group's decided to live the exact opposite of the counsel of Matthew 25. For people were hungry and you took away their food stamps and burnt food meant for starving children. They were strangers and you deported them. They were sick and you cut their Medicaid. If Moses himself rebuked you for worshiping your golden idol, you'd call his 10 Commandments fake news and mock his stutter. For 10 years, I've watched as you sold your values for a man who traded women like Southern folk trade banana pudding recipes at a church picnic. The people around him end up indicted or disgraced, and very few of them have lasted longer in his circle of jerks than Jojo Siwa even lasted as a taco tickler. You've traded due process for Donald's grievances, kindness for clanship, and morals for MAGA. You see immigrants as the least among us, and have somehow forgotten that verse that says that how you treat the least is how you would treat Christ. I don't ever want to hear a Christian speculate again about how somebody could possibly crucify Christ when every day they betray his teachings in the name of a false, ephemeral, and feckless idol who paints himself gold. I've tried giving it to you straight, but now I'm going to give it to you gay. Your values are as prolapsed as a party bottom's backside, and it's time to think about how that happened and how to fix it. Have a blessed day.
So right now, the stock market is crashing. Nebraskans are losing their farms. And then it's going to be really funny when Donald Trump does his State of the Union address tonight, and people are clapping, applauding it. It's also going to be really funny when I walk into work tomorrow and all the guys are talking about how great Trump is doing and how he has this awesome plan and how the State of the Union was the smartest thing they've ever heard in their life and how it's going so perfectly. Meanwhile, the economy is projected to take a sharp shot down, and everything's falling apart. We're siding with Russia, but Trump will lie to them and get them all riled up and excited, so that's what's going to happen, and I'm going to continue to be sad.
Nebraska's biggest part of their economy at GDP is farming.
Right.
And they said 45 to 65% of the workforce is undocumented.
45 to 65%?
Yes. So,
shit.
with Trump rounding up illegals, what have those illegal immigrants done? They jump ship. They don't want to get raided while they're working. They don't want they don't want to get families broken up. So now, so they predicted that Nebraska is 2/4 away from being bankrupt. The whole state, because there's no workers. Half of their workforce is undocumented immigrants. So now Nebraska is in a panic, is in an uproar. And most of them, farmers and Trump supporters. They got exactly what they voted for. If all these illegals were taking your jobs, why don't you go fill and do the shitty jobs they were doing for less than minimum wage? If these illegal immigrants were taking your jobs, there's all these jobs available. You can do it. To work slave hours at slave wages, you can do it. They literally bit their nose and spite their face. Like they directly voted to deport the illegals, and now the illegals, they didn't even wait for deportation. They working somewhere else. I hope they don't want any government handouts, because that's socialism. They hate socialism. Hope they don't want any government handouts. Put yourselves up by your bootstraps. What's going to end up happening is these corporations going to come buy your farm, and you going to work that farm. And you're going to be working for the corporations. They're going to buy it for pennies on a dollar, and you're going to be working your farm.
So this morning I ended up on Nebraska Talk, and it was a bunch of people crying, why does anybody care about Nebraska? When we voted for Kamala Harris, when I cast my vote for Harris, that was me saying, I care about you, and I want you to survive and thrive. Okay, you knew better than anybody else that your state thrives and survives off of migrants' backs. Okay, and instead of them waiting for ICE to come, they decided to peace out before they could come and get them. I don't know what to tell you guys anymore. This is what you voted for. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to believe it or not, this is exactly what you voted for. And now you're feeling it. What do you want us to do? You want a government handout? That's socialism. You voted against that. No. Sadly, the reality is that you'll probably have to sell a lot of your farms for pennies on the dollar to large corporations and manufacturers. But don't worry, they'll probably let you work there.
So for all the farmers that live in Nebraska, you voted for Trump knowing that 70% of your workforce on your farms are migrants. Now, apparently, Nebraska is 6 months away from bankruptcy. Still voted for the mass deportation of 70% of your workforce on your farms, and now are complaining that your farms and your livelihood will not survive it.
I have an honest question for people who voted for Trump
but also owned farmland in which a lot of immigrants worked. Genuinely, what did you think was going to happen when Trump said all the immigrants have to go? Like, what did you think? Did you think he was going to, like, force people to work for you guys? Like, make it mandatory for certain people to work for you guys? Because I'm confused. Like, if you voted for someone who knew that they were going to throw out your whole entire workforce, what did you think the backup was? Genuinely asking. Like, did you think that he would make it mandatory for some of them to, like, have to stay? Or did you think that he would just select another group of people? Like, I really want to know, like, if this is a serious question, because I don't understand how a group of people could just vote for, like, their livelihood to be gone over another race. Like, whole entire livelihood gone because they just don't want another race here. I don't get it. Help me understand.
I just saw a couple of creators bring up some very valid points. If the farmers in Nebraska lose their farms, the corporations are going to buy them up and screw us over even further. And we should be concerned about that. And it's not that we are trying to make this some sort of a joke, but you Nebraskans need to acknowledge what you did, and you need to acknowledge the hateful reasons that you actually voted for Trump. The hateful reasons that you voted for him that got you in this fucking mess that you're in now. We need to actually hear the acknowledgement, not the, don't you care about us? Because at present, we're digging deep and we're not finding the fucks to give. Acknowledge. Let this be a teachable moment and learn the lesson real fucking quick before you lose your farms.
I'm in 2 weeks. I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
I, as a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man. I
am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, and now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice. I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed.
This video is for Nebraska farmers. I want you guys to know that America and Israel are the only 2 countries in the entire globe that don't believe food is a basic human right. Secondly, y'all got played like an old school fucking fiddle singing The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Okay? Wow. Y'all are gonna make fun of my glasses. Y'all are gonna make fun of the fact that I'm in my garage, on my smoking chair in my garage, next to some crazy ass expensive equipment that, hey, Nebraska farmers, I got time to do all damn day. I can go out and do this whenever the fuck I want, Nebraska farmers. You can't even make it to a town hall meeting. You're about to be broke in 6 months. The state of Nebraska is about to be bankrupt. Y'all voted for this.
So I'm seeing a lot of people being confused about how, Nebraskans and people in agricultural communities can be voting against their own interests. And I have a lot of experience with these people. I'm related to them. And obviously when I talk about them, I don't mean all farmers and I don't mean all the people in these states. But in my experience, the farmers have been living a fairy tale for many generations. They have been told by the government and by our own society, that they're extremely valuable, which they are, but that they are self-made men and that they exist in a vacuum and that we would be lost without them. And most weird, that they don't receive any kind of assistance, that they're self-made, which is a fairy tale. They receive a lot of assistance, but this is the story they've been telling themselves. This is a story that the government has been telling them, and this is the story that they've passed on to their children and their children's children, because they want to glamorize. They want to make what they're doing idyllic. They don't want their kids to leave the farm. They don't want their kids to go to the big city. They want them to stay and they want them to keep the farm. So their kids and their kids and their kids have all been raised with this idea that as farmers, they are heroic. They are, the backbone of America, even though at this point, the backbone of America, if it's farmers, then it's completely made out of fabricated steel and been replaced by a neurosurgeon 3 times. They don't see that.
So they don't understand. They're not, when you live in a fairy tale your whole life, and when you've been raised in a fairy tale, and when your father was raised in a fairy tale, you don't use critical thinking skills. You don't analyze what you're doing. You just keep going with the fairy tale. And you don't choose a political candidate that forces you to think. You choose the political candidate that encourages you to stay in the fairy tale. So that's how they keep voting for the bad people. That's how they keep voting against their own interests. Because they're in a fairy tale, they're so enmeshed in it that they don't want somebody waking them up. They want somebody who's going to keep them asleep. And unfortunately, they're going to have to wake up sometime.
Regarding all these farmers that are now crying about possibly losing their farms because they voted for Trump, this is why you absolutely should not feel bad for any of these farmers that voted for Trump. Now, the ones that didn't vote, yes, feel sorry for them, go support them, do whatever you need to do. But the ones that voted for Trump, do not feel sorry for them, and let me tell you why. I am a builder, and I've been building shit in Oklahoma City going on like 20 years now, and farmers are not stupid. If you have the ability to manage a farm and understand the weather, the climate, your machinery, the chemistry that goes into your crops, you are not a stupid person. You're just not. And especially when you come from generational farming, you have the ability to look ahead and predict what you need to survive. And so when you have two candidates, where you have Kamala Harris on one side giving you a whole fucking list of shit that she's going to do for you and make your life better, and then you have Trump on the other side who can't even come out with a normal sounding sentence, and you still vote for that guy, and you are a farmer, you are either racist or sexist or both. And they're only crying now because now they are being treated exactly how they voted for other people to be treated. Got that? They are being treated how they voted for other minorities, people of color, everybody else, poor people, sick people. That's how they voted for other people to be treated. And now they're the ones being treated that way by losing their livelihood, their homes, their income, their farms. So do not feel sorry for them. This is exactly what they had coming. Quick follow-up as to why exactly would Trump be doing this to farmers anyways, and I'm guessing 99% chance it's because he wants to bankrupt farms so his corporate buddies can come in and do a land grab. Basically what you have been seeing the last few years, major companies buying up a bunch of rental houses and jacking up the price of rents, and it's all going to corporations. It's probably something similar to let these farms go to foreclosure and his corporate buddies be able to come in, swoop them up, and now you've got bigger companies involved in more of our day-to-day food.
One, please go check on Nebraska. Do you guys know what's going on over there? And if you don't know what's going on, that's why you have me, so I can explain it to you. But básicamente, Nebraska is about to go bankrupt in 6 months. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to smile. It's just a little ironic because majority of Nebraska voted for you-know-who, el pendejo, right? Majority of Nebraska is like, does anybody care about us? Like, we're about to go bankrupt in 6 months. And the reason why they're about to go bankrupt is because the majority of the workforce in Nebraska is built off, who do you think? The back to Latinos, right? That are undocumented. And they're scared to go to work. And they're not giving any money to the farmers. So their agriculture is dead. They're like, who cares? Like, can somebody come and help us? No, mijo. I have no pity for you.
I got fired from my job yesterday, and I'm not only still sick, heartbroken, but also jobless. I'm currently, laptop is there, and I'm trying to figure out what jobs to apply for. Long story short, I got fired around like 12:15 yesterday. No warning, no notice, just a text and a call saying that I should just go home. If I'm being honest, I did not think that I was terrible at my job. My biggest problem with my job was that I felt like I had no freedom, no creative freedom. I felt like I was restricted, and I had so many hierarchies to get approved. It was almost as if I had no responsibilities. If anyone's wondering, I worked in marketing. More so social media creating. Literally told my friends bye, and I drove home crying, bawling my eyes because I've never been fired, and it was honestly just a bunch of mixed emotions. I did not know how to react or feel. I just had no thoughts. What do you think in that situation? I have bills. I have things that I have to pay for. Also, it's December, and isn't this the month of giving, and thank God I don't have a boyfriend. This is the point where I'm thank God I don't have a boyfriend, because then I don't have to worry about not affording a gift for him. But yeah, it's quite humiliating. It's very reflective. I'm like thinking so many things. The only thing that I'm telling myself is that God has a plan for me and this was meant to happen and everything happens for a reason. Although this might be a bad thing, there's always a rainbow on the other side. The grass is greener on the other side and I will be okay. I just need to do the right things and take the right measures to push myself to get what I need, which is a job. I can't go into detail as to why they fired me, maybe like a couple years from now, but like not today because I feel like they would sue me. But yeah, day 1 of unemployment. I already edited my TikTok video for Vlogmas Day 3. I'm filming for Vlogmas Day 4 tomorrow. I'm planning to apply to jobs later this afternoon. I need to make breakfast. Well, now it's gonna be brunch. A lot of things in my head, but you know what? I am healthy for the most part and I am alive and I was able to live another day. So, you know what, we gotta look at the positives.
More than 200 workers will lose their jobs as a Burlington manufacturer prepares to close. According to Iowa Warren, CNH industrial employees received final notice this week on the layoffs, which range from the end of March through May. 209 workers are losing their jobs. Officials say the closure comes as demand for its backhoe line has dropped nearly half over the past decade. The CNH plant will officially phase out production by the middle of this year.
Hey guys, it's Will and I'm here at the Mushroom House at the farm. And I gotta be honest with you right up front, there's no way to make this video without it sounding like an I told you so video. And I apologize for that ahead of time, but the truth is it's gotta be told. Many of you remember before the election, I did several videos where I tried to speak to rural America, particularly farmers and ranchers, to talk to them about the ramifications of a second term for Donald Trump. And in several of those videos, I talked about the fact that if we were to elect Donald Trump and he were to impose a second round of tariffs on China, the results would be devastating. And if you think hard about it, you'll remember what we talked about. Number one, we talked about the fact that China wasn't prepared for the tariffs in the first Trump administration. They had a disease going through their hog population. They didn't have good stocks of row crops. So they were caught off guard and they had to continue to buy some American pork and some American row crop products in order to survive the tariffs, especially the time of C-19. But we also talked about what's happened since then. The Chinese no longer have a disease going through their pork population and they're well stocked in pork. And in addition to that, they've reached out to South America and made best friends with the governments of Brazil and Argentina. And they are importing a lot of wheat and corn and soybeans from South America to the point where Brazil, which used to supply China with only 13% of their row crops, is now supplying them with over 43% of their row crops.
This is not hippy dippy stuff we're doing here. We're farming. We're raising cattle for butcher. We're raising cattle for milking. Like we're raising chickens to butcher. Like this is not some like liberal nonsense. We're trying to do good things to provide good food to the American people and take care of our local environment while we do it.
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
How many hours does this go on?
It's 24 hours a day. You know, we could milk 8 hours a day, but it wouldn't be feasible or profitable for us to produce milk.
So you need workers like this year-round?
Yes, yes.
Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, her farm is just a few miles away. This farmer who voted for her, who voted for Trump, who still supports them, doesn't believe that they would round up immigrants and ask them for their immigration status because it's an open secret that farms in this state are held up by undocumented workers. Are you worried, like some of your other farmers, that if there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants, that you might lose workers, you might not have enough workers?
Well, the question I asked, how are they going to do that? Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes. That's why I predict nobody will be filling the shelves, nobody will be producing food. If we once have to shut down and be gone, it's never coming back.
Does Governor Noem understand that?
I would think so.
You have a lot of faith that they're not going to do what they're saying.
That's pretty much what I'm thinking. So we have to trust in our officials that are put in place.
I really honestly didn't think that the tariffs would actually happen. I didn't really think the tariffs would affect me personally. Look what we got now, guys. Next weekend is the auction. Selling everything, generations of hard work. You know, it's all gone. You know, in just 4 months. And people said, don't vote that way. You're going to go broke. They're going to destroy you. You're going to go broke. Don't vote that way. And I thought they were crazy, you know, but 1,000% tariffs on my jackrabbit poison that comes from Mars. I can't fucking afford that anymore. You know, and I voted for the state ordinance to move in the top secret facility that was genetically modifying jackrabbits. And I didn't know that. They said my vote yes for that secret facility was going to bring in billions of dollars to the state. It was great for the state of Kansas. 3 of those fucking jackrabbits escaped and came to my ranch. And they fucking multiply so fast, guys. All they do is fuck. And now they're eating my cows. They ate my topsoil. I'm done, guys. I give up. I'm selling everything to J.D. Vance, and I'm moving to the fucking Bahamas, and I'm gonna get fucking drunk on pina coladas and live the high fucking life. Fuck you, farming. There's a lot better life than this.
Workers and American taxpayers have been taken advantage of for multi-generation, for decades. And it's time for somebody to stand up and put us first, and put the country first, and do what's best for the country, not what's best for the politicians.
Even if you as a farmer suffer.
That's right.
I mean, some people would hear that and be quite surprised that you're prepared to put your livelihood, your family's livelihood, on the line for the sake of politics.
Well, that's my duty as for being the head of my household. I've got to do what I got to do, what's going to be better for the future, better for the kids. It's not about today, it's about the long term. The long game is where the reward's going to be.
But don't the price of tariffs and what happens in commodity markets like soybean, doesn't that affect you in the short term and affect your ability to provide for your family?
Look, tariffs will probably have a detrimental effect on soybean price in the near future. In the long term, it'll probably work out. I'm a farmer. I deal with bad weather. I deal with dry weather. I deal with torrential rains. We deal with hurricanes. What's a tariff going to do? You know, I got to raise a crop. If I was worried, I'd stay home and not raise a crop. If I was worried about it, I still got to get out there and raise my crop to get the price. If you don't get the yield, it doesn't make any difference. You know, I got to deal with all these other things. What's a tariff? I can't control it.
Honestly, in the long term, I do think it's good for us. A little short-term pain for some long-term gain. You know, 5-10 years from now, hopefully we'll be bring more manufacturing here. But we're going to have to go through this painful period. I do think it was part of the plan. He's not stupid, right? Like, he knows what he's doing. He's gotten to this point. I think it was part of his plan to the degree that it has been so volatile. I don't think that was necessarily part of it, or you know, the 90-day pause this close to him announcing the tariffs. I don't know if that was part of it, but I do think, I mean, he's not stupid. I think he's got a plan to it.
I think everybody has an opinion. They're entitled to it, but I think the United States needed some change because the economy really has struggled over the last few years. I mean, I know personally, just going shopping, you know, my bill has increased probably at least 50%. I think he's very strategic in a lot of what he does. Not popular opinion necessarily, but I think it's there's strategy behind it. And, you know, I have to, you know, as an American, I've always typically trusted the president. And, you know, he's not super powerful by himself. He's got a lot of support behind him. So I think his strategy, yeah, I think he's pretty clever. He's a smart businessman. I think he's got a plan bigger than what people see it.
I think it's part of the plan. Sounds like he knows what he's talking about. He is a businessman at the end of the day. So, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I thought this is exactly what was supposed to happen. Like, the stock markets were going to crash and then they're going to go up again. So that's kind of how I'm feeling about it. I think a lot of people didn't respect Biden. So hopefully Trump is laying down the law a little bit harder so that those other countries respect him more and respect the United States, because I feel like we have been getting screwed over by a lot of countries for a long time. So.
This is the consequences when we chose the wrong direction. Oh my God. Yes. It is what it is. Make America great. Yeah, low prices.
It's about $250,000 to $300,000 worth of revenue. Just
left to rot.
Yeah, which is one thing, but it's also lost revenue for the workers that would have been able to pick them had they been here.
Oregon farmer Ian Chandler says about half his usual crew didn't show up this season, leaving him scrambling to backfill dozens of positions.
You're calling them, I assume, individually
Yes.
and saying,
Yes.
what's going on?
Yes.
And
so
what are they telling you?
Well, in the beginning of the season, it coincided, unfortunately, with a lot of really strong immigration enforcement down in Southern California, where our workforce comes from. And that kind of had a chilling effect on people wanting to move.
While Ian says his workers are hired with what seemed to be a valid ID and work papers, Fear of ice raids kept many of them from traveling north this year.
No billions of dollars are coming in because of the tariffs, okay? Once again, let me repeat that. There is zero money coming in because of the tariffs. Not $1 has come in because of the tariffs. All of the money that is being collected because of the tariffs is our money that's already here. It didn't come from anywhere. It didn't come into the country. It's already here, and we're paying it.
Now Donald Trump has said that America is for pure-blooded Americans only. I didn't know there was such a fucking thing.
I didn't either.
Pure-blooded American. Y'all show me one. Show me one true pure-blooded American that's not Cherokee, Navajo, Apache. Huh?
It's crazy.
Estoy aquí en Arizona, en Maricopa.
Wow.
Pues la cosecha echándose a perder, ¿no? Quizás porque no hay trabajadores, no hay quien nos coseche, desgraciadamente. La gente está asustada de Trump y pues aquí están las consecuencias.
A few years ago, the Biden administration gave us a $1 billion amount so that we could do farm to school and child daycare centers, luncheons for our products. This administration killed that bill. They said they were going to replace it with some extra funding. They were going to put $52 billion instead of the $1 billion. They were going to put $52 billion in a program for commodity support. Now, we all know that 90% of the commodity support goes to wealthy farmers, absent landowners, and corporations. So who's getting the deal there?
Whoa, 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 what is going on in Texas? Texas is taking a 1, 2, 3 punches. First with farmers. Oh, farmers are taking it on the chin. These tariffs are no good for farmers in Texas. But that's not it. $60 oil? $60 oil for oil companies down in Texas? Yeah, loss of jobs and companies going bankrupt is on the menu. Yeah, $60 oil in Texas, no bueno. And the third hit to the stomach happened today. Yeah, China's saying no to Texas beef. Yeah, China will not be receiving Texas beef anymore. So that is 3 punches that Texas just can't take. Farmers, the oil, and now the beef. Texas is in real trouble. What are they going to do? I don't know, but as long as these tariffs hang around, it's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse, and Texas is now in big trouble. Like and follow for more.
You voted for President Trump that things were going to cost you more and you're going to lose money?
I never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before.
That's just hogwash. The reality is the Trump administration is the one that's harming farmers right now as we speak. What do you say, Will?
Well, I think anytime somebody asks Donald Trump a question about agriculture, he looks like a cow looking at a new gate. He has no understanding of what he's talking about. And then my grandpa would say he buries a 10-cent topic in $20 words. He just drones on and on and on. How does a farmer plan with senseless droning? We need real policy, and he ain't the guy to give it to us.
That's right.
And a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us.
This is breaking news. Texas farmers are sounding the alarm on this tariff war. And in more breaking news, nobody cares. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me or maybe it's some of you too, but as far as farmers sounding the alarm, I don't care. I have to admit, I don't care at all, because the last time Donald Trump was president, 100,000 farmers across the country lost their farms. Yeah. So overwhelmingly, Farmers voted for this man again, knowing full well of his history the last time he was president. So, from me to you, farmers, I don't care. I don't care how bad things get for you. I don't care if you lose your farm. I don't care if you... I don't care. At least I don't care to hear about it. I really don't. Because this is exactly what you voted for. And you're going to get what you voted for. You're going to get 4 more years of Donald Trump not giving a damn about farmers whatsoever. So, enjoy.
Alright guys, I didn't really want to have to get on here and do this, but I had to. These are fiberglass stakes right here. Those big bulky stakes on the back of the truck, wooden stakes. I called 2 weeks ago to get a quote on these fiberglass stakes because we need some more stakes this year. I got a quote, 83 cents. I called the man this morning. I said, hey, I know these tariffs are crazy, everything going on. I said, what can you do me on those fiberglass stakes now if we needed a load? It's a 3-month ETA from time you place the order. He said, Taylor, you don't want to hear this price that I'm about to give you. And I said, well, give it to me anyways. He said, each of those stakes now is going to be $1.74 a piece. And I said, well, you know, and I know both that we can't do that, and that's going to be impossible. So that's just to let you know a little bit of what we're going through out here on our farm and what farmers in general are going through. These tariffs, not the best thing for our country.
Tell the American people, though, how long their wallets are going to feel this before things get better.
Yesterday was a great day for our country, and President Trump delivered on a campaign promise that he made to the 80 million American voters who elected him to this highest office, a promise that many presidents before him for decades refused to deliver upon. As for prices and what the American public can expect, they can expect price stability. They can expect to buy American. It's the patriotic thing to do. And most importantly, they can expect their wages to go up. We know that in President Trump's first term, wages went up by $6,500 per person.
This won't be painful at all for American people and consumers, Caroline?
There's not going to be any pain for American-owned companies and American workers because their jobs are going to come back home. And again, as for prices, President Trump is working on tax cuts to put more money back into the pockets of Americans.
0% chance we're going to win this trade war against China. There's no way. 0%. And the reason why is because we need China. China doesn't need us. It's different than Mexico and Canada because the imports that go into Mexico is 70% reliant on America. Mexico needs America. When it comes to Canada, 80% of the imports that go into Canada is reliant on America. Canada needs America. China don't need America. Unfortunately, America needs China, but China don't need America. 12% of the imports that go into China is America products. They don't need us. They could live without us. And the truth is, the stuff that we're giving them, they could find it from some other country. So how are we going to win this? I'll tell you how. And my message has been consistent, and this is exactly how it's going to go down. According to the Wall Street Journal, 70% of imports that go into China, and this is how their economy is really going to suffer. It's because of America and our allies. The only way that we're going to beat China is if we're all in on it, and I guarantee that's how it's going to go down.
We are going to be imposing a 25% increase. We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States. Nobody's going to get around that. So we're bringing it up from 25%. We're doubling it to 50%.
Rick Ekman says in the 3 days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break even for his farm.
Never had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
Why not?
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people and he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Why do you think so many of your neighbors do support?
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
Does it affect the way you think about America?
It's scary.
This feed right here, about 40% of that total mix right there is from Canada. All of our sawdust that we use for bedding is from Canada.
This dairy farm in Vermont is some 15 miles south of the Canadian border. So have you done any math on how much the tariffs, if they were to go into effect, just how much that would end up costing you?
So for a farm our size, it would be about $20,000 a month increase.
Wow.
Yes, a lot.
And That's a lot, right?
Yep, that's a lot.
As for the proposed tariffs on the Canadian dairy that's coming into the U.S., could it be good for their bottom dollar? Maybe, but they're not sure.
It would be great to expand our markets into Canada, but at the same time, it's hard because we don't want to see the tariff, the retaliation is the hard part. And I would say the hardest part for us as a whole industry is just the volatility of it. It's 1 week it's on, the next week it's off. You can't plan a business that way.
Breaking news, the Trump administration has blocked a U.S. Department of Agriculture report showing a $49.5 billion deficit in agricultural trade products with the United States and the rest of the world due to his tariffs. The report was dated May 29th, and the report has been heavily redacted. Donald Trump held it up because he didn't want the world and didn't want the U.S. citizens and MAGA and others to see that because of his actions, farmers are going to lose billions and billions of dollars thanks to Donald Trump's trade policies. They did so before in his first term, where he had to bail them out to the tune of about $30 billion because of his trade war and tariff war with China at the time. Still seeing the same thing now. China and many other countries have canceled contracts with the United States. They're looking outside the United States to purchase, and farmers and those that are employed on farms are going to pay the price for Donald Trump. There you have it. Love you for my Democrats and my MAGAs and my crazies and my cuckoos and my burned out labels. They want to hide everything, just like Ron DeSantis in Florida want to hide everything. How is that Hope for Florida Foundation going, Governor DeSantis? Got a little wind today. Sorry. Love you for my Democrats and my MAGAs, my crazies and my cuckoos.
Do you find a lot of farmers around here agree with you, or are they fans of Trump?
This is a very Republican state.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way. I think it's too soon for them to say they're wrong.
We're in Huron, South Dakota, home of the world's largest pheasant, talking to people about how tariffs will affect them.
The effects of Trump's tariffs are looming here, where around 70% of voters pick Trump. Again and again, our conversations in this Midwestern nice town came back to character and values.
When Sheila and I raised our children, we taught them to be honest, not try to cheat anybody, to respect. And Trump doesn't do any of those things.
And what does it mean to you that so many people in your town, in your area, do think his values align with theirs?
Well, not many people are talking about those values right now. You have a few people that say, well, at least he does what he says. Well, were you ready for this?
Supply USDA lowered the national average corn price.
USDA also reduced their projected market year average price for 2025 crop from $4.20 down to $3.90.
But cash prices are much lower in the country, pushing profitability further in the red for farmers like Haig.
Break even at the farm is right around $4.25, and cash corn to where we haul today is $3.59.
And with USDA's cost of production on corn at $897 an acre, Haig isn't the only farmer below break even.
At the 181 bushel level, we were going to need $4.95 on average for the average farmer to break even. If you add this 7.8 bushels an acre, you still need $4.75 to break even.
The bleak outlook has NCGA issuing a call to action from Congress and the administration, including year-round E15, which could use an estimated 457 million bushels of corn.
But if we could get E15 and also California to use E15, that would burn up a lot more bushels than what we're adding right now.
However,
there's new data coming out this week. It shows a potential financial crisis in the making among American farmers. According to the University of Arkansas, from April of last year to March, more than 250 farms have filed for Chapter 12 farm bankruptcy. That's a huge number. Wow. University economists say bankruptcy filings in the first quarter of this year, they've already exceeded last year's total.
John Deere says it's going to be laying off more than 160 workers from 2 Illinois factories. A tractor manufacturing company said the layoffs come amid sluggish demand for agriculture equipment. Deere says low commodity prices are also pushing down demand for combines and other equipment, while tariffs are raising costs. The layoffs are impacting employees at the East Moline facility and cylinder plant in Moline. Another 71 workers will also be laid off.
Low price of $6.99 for 1 pound of 80% lean or whatever the hell ground beef. I'm so sick of these signs. It ought to be against the law
to call anything that you find in the grocery store an everyday low price. A tiny damn jar of pickles, $6.49, and it's a low price. $8.49 for some damn cheese balls. Those things weigh like cotton candy. The whole freaking jar weighs 3 ounces. $5.99 for 6 microscopic cans of pop. This is everyday highway robbery. Happens every day. There is nothing affordable here. The cost of just trying to stay alive. Bought about 6 items. Now I have to go work on a home equity line of credit so I can pay for this shit.
Oh, Iowa is finding out. We all remember Iowa from election night, where only 5 counties voted blue. And the good people have gotten exactly what they voted for, and now leading America in farmer bankruptcies. You know, farmer bankruptcies that hadn't been this high since the first Trump administration. We're trending down during the Biden administration. These people are still so delusional that Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, still came out and said, we're Trump country, that we stand with the president despite the tariffs.
Oh, wow.
I tell you what, you guys sure do like paying for your racism, don't you? To go along with the family farms going out of business, you have multiple investors that have now gone bankrupt in the companies they own in Iowa. But I tell you what, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it, can you? How can you people have lost everything? Your GDP has shrunk by over 6% this calendar year, and yet here you are stating that you're still a Trump state, that we stand with you even though you've destroyed our lives. What has this man done for you ever that you should give this loyalty? Oh, the racist.
The CBS Money Watch, the U.S. economy has a case of foodflation. Wholesale prices for fresh veggies soared by a record amount last month. Grocery costs are also up 2.2% last month compared to last year around the same time. CBS's Lisa Rosner in New York reports on how consumers are dealing with the rising costs.
Sandra Cora is food shopping for her mom, who lives on a fixed income.
She can barely afford half of this stuff. Like, do you pay your rent or you buy food?
Everyday staples saw significant cost increases in the last year. Coffee up nearly 15%. Ground beef up just over 11%. Egg prices hit by avian flu are falling, but still up more than 16%.
$7 for 3 ears of corn. That just seemed twice as much as I've ever seen corn for anywhere.
My budget has become double for food shopping.
It wasn't supposed to happen.
A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
Food prices behave in a way that I describe as rockets and feathers.
Ricky Volpe is a professor of agribusiness at California Polytechnic State University.
Food prices rise quickly as a result of upstream costs, and that could be a number of things: commodity prices, energy, labor, regulation, but they come down slowly, if at all.
He says tariffs on aluminum and steel implemented in March are impacting the price of groceries now. They're showing up in higher costs for canned foods and beverages, but in less obvious ways too.
Steel is absolutely essential to food manufacturing, processing, storing, and transportation.
There's been a ton of news articles over the last month or so about farmers who have fields of rotting produce they couldn't get picked because of the lack of an available agricultural workforce. And they voted for Trump. And they're like, oh my God, won't anybody think of us? Won't anybody think of us? Nebraska is apparently going to be bankrupt because of this stuff. I believe due to a tariff deficit, they're going to be underwater. And then I saw the video earlier. I'm not sure if you saw it. She's taking it down, and I don't want to rip it from somebody else's page. But this lady from Ohio, or Iowa rather, crying about the fact that she cannot afford to buy groceries for her family. And if you go back on her videos, it's nothing but a bunch of pro-Trump stuff about how he is going to fix everything, and the evil, vile liberals are stupid, and they're going to ruin everything, and Daddy Trump's going to take care of us. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Let it burn. Let it burn. My girlfriend and I, often enough, we have some very good conversations about addiction. And I'm so fascinated with it as a concept because I'm a former binge eater. And so I love the way binge eating overlaps with other forms of addiction, and also just discovering the ways that it's different and the ways that it's the same. But she said something to me once, and I think it's the first time I ever heard it. And it's, I can't want it for you. And fuck, man, like, we can't be smart for them.
The President of the United States suggested slavery. The leader of the cult that lives and dies under the phrase, "Make America Great Again," suggested slavery. Except in his words, he calls it owner responsibility or farmer responsibility. He's at the concentration camp in the Everglades. I can't make this shit up. And he says that they're going to go to farms, arrest the migrants, and instead of deporting them, literally to fucking anywhere, the Supreme Court said that he could just send them anywhere. Instead of deporting them, he said they can stay there and work, because how can the farm survive if they don't stay there and work the farm? But he made sure to mention they're not going to get citizenship, and then the owner of the farm will have responsibility over them.
I just said the
Human
same
beings
thing.
that can't get citizenship and got arrested by ICE, who wears the same type of ski mask that we see people who march in these fucking Proud Boy, white supremacist parades. The same type of ski masks are worn on these ICE agents that don't have to identify themselves, and they're going to round up migrants to work on a farm for an owner to be responsible for them, and they can't leave or get citizenship. That's fucking slavery.
Andamos en las últimas en la Sadia, aquí en la Florida.
¡Ánimo, raza! ¡De Oaxaca! México, México, se acabó el jale. ¡Ánimo! ¿Qué pasó, amigos?
Ya se acabó el jale, era.
Todo para tirar, ¿verdad? La basura. Ni modo. Ni modo. Grábame, grábame. También ahorita que ande ahí bajando.
No dices nada, vale. El nene ahí de...
Pura tiradera. Saludos para Ole.
Saludos para Puebla.
Saludos para Puebla, puro pueblano.
Ánimo, raza. Nos vamos a la chingada ya.
There's a message to Donald Trump. Hey, Trump, you see all these folks behind me, all hard-working Mexican Americans? I know we all look alike to you, but these folks were born and raised here and working hard to make our economy grow. And the migrants that sometimes come alongside and work with these folks, whether it's this industry or the meatpacking or any other, they're here because they know how to work. You've never worked a day in your life, and you don't know what it takes to build this country. So you can take your work site raids that you and Tom Holman want to do and go shove them up your ass. Because at the end of the day, our economy is driven by people like this and by migrants and by so many others that simply want to come out here and come into this country.
Discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners, it's not amnesty?
Take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now, and Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a case, a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put, it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people. They've worked on the farms for 15 years, and all of a sudden, so I have a great, Ron does, Christy does, we have a great feeling for the farmer and for others in the same position. And we're going to give them responsibility for people. And we're going to have a system of signing them up so they don't have to go. They can be here legally. They can pay taxes and everything. They're not getting citizenship, but they get other things. And the farmers need them to do the work. Without those people, you're not going to be able to run your farm.
Bar farmer Joe Del Bosque told the senator 20 of his workers haven't shown up due to fears over immigration checkpoints.
If there aren't going to be people to pick the food, it's going to go rotten in the fields, and that means that the fruit that is and vegetables that are picked, the price is going to go.
Why can't people understand that these Hispanic families are running for their lives in a country that doesn't pay enough to buy food for their families? Like, they come over here and they work hard. Tell me why ICE is going to job sites and arresting hardworking men and women. Tell me why they're going to Home Depot, where men are trying to legally find work instead of doing bullshit crimes to make money or to support their family. Unlike Americans, they'll go rob the next man if they're doing bad. Explain all that to me. If you can do that, then I might have an ear for you. If you can't, cut it out, man. Get off of my fucking page with the bullshit. I'm sick of it. I am fucking sick of it.
We begin this evening with farm bankruptcies on the rise in Arkansas, reflecting a dismal agriculture economy that isn't seeing many farmers breaking even. Channel 7's Andrew Mobley joins us in studio with the story.
A new report from the University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture shows that farm bankruptcies are outpacing the last several years.
On a national level, we've already beat out
2024's annual bankruptcies.
Loy's report shows that 15 farms have filed Chapter 12 bankruptcies in the first quarter of 2025. To put that in perspective, there were 16 Chapter 12 bankruptcies total last year.
Wow.
Farm bankruptcies have become half of Jonesboro bankruptcy attorney Joel Hargis's cases.
I have filed more Chapter 12s in the last 6 months than I have in any full year.
Filing Chapter 12 bankruptcies gives qualifying farmers a more flexible repayment structure and allows them to continue farming. But that's only one kind of bankruptcy. More extreme
Wow.
Chapter 7 bankruptcies are those in which debtors must sell off assets, like farms and farm equipment.
I try to steer farmers away from Chapter 7s. If we can fit them into a Chapter 13, great, because it'll help protect the home. It'll protect the vehicles that are needed for the household.
It's unknown how many farmers filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy this year, but one that Channel 7 spoke with believes that it may be more than those filing Chapter 12, not to mention those filing Chapter 11 or 13. Hargis says despite the odds, many of his farmer clients don't want to give up.
It's what they know. It's family land. It's their blood. You might as well cut off an arm than to sell their pasture or sell their cropland.
Severe weather this spring, tariffs, inflation, and an unfavorable global market and declining commodity prices have all combined to make this a devastating year for Arkansas farmers, for whom input costs are high but returns are so low they have no chance of breaking even.
To suggest that this is about criminal activity is ludicrous because illegal immigrants are responsible for 1% of the violent crime in this country. 1%.
Facts.
Men are responsible for 85%. Men of all colors. Men who are citizens of this country are responsible for 85%. That's a pretty big delta. So if you really cared about crime, why aren't you getting to the root of why do men commit so many crimes? When men are 50% of the population, but they're 85% of the crime. Women are 50% of the population, but they're only 15% of the crime. Why is that? Like, we should explore that. And I don't mean we should go attack every man and drag him out of the country like we are with the immigrants. I'm saying you need to figure out, identify, like study, identify, and resolve if you give a shit about crime. And if you don't give a shit about the 85% of people committing crimes, then don't give me bullshit that that's why you're going after illegal immigrants.
I live in rural Arkansas. And if you don't understand why people in rural Arkansas or rural America vote Republican, it's because of fear and jealousy. Jealousy that somebody has it better than they do, that they work their asses off, and most of them do. More education, because the education here is at the bottom of the tier. Maternal mortality, low. Education, low. Quality of living, low. Infrastructure, super low. There's no industry, there's no hope for these young kids in rural Arkansas to have a job. We had a chance to vote Chris Jones, an actual rocket scientist like myself who was educated and had a plan to bring jobs and infrastructure to Arkansas. But the people I talked to who in rural Arkansas will not vote for him because of his color of his skin. And they weren't nice when they described the color of his skin. So they voted for a sycophant, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is treating this like her personal money bank. There is no infrastructure here. The roads are shit. You can drive 2 hours. So my closest grocery store, besides Walmart, is 2 hours away. So if I go that 2 hours to go to that grocery store, the roads I have to take are barely have enough room for two people to pass each other. There is no cell phone coverage for over an hour and a half of that ride. What? And there's no hope to get those roads fixed anytime soon because there's no money.
This is why I say you should have to pass a test before you can vote. You have to pass a test before you can drive. Because what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how old do you think millennials are? Millennials are anywhere from 29 to 44 years old.
Yeah.
Like, what in the blue hell are you talking about, man? Like, this...
You want to know when the shit's going to get real for the millennials? When they have to start paying their own bills. When they have to pay for their cell phone, their car insurance, their rent, their food, their clothes, their laundry. That's when shit's going to get real. Like, they have no clue how lucky they have it right now. You guys better buckle up, Buttercup.
Does anybody else feel like agriculture right now has its check engine light just flashing, but kind of like you would do in an old car, you just put a piece of tape over it so we don't have to look at it? That's kind of what I feel like this $12 billion bridge payment or whatever is going to be. It's not going to, it'll patch us up. It'll bridge us hopefully till next year. It'll upset the rest of the general public, call us welfare farmers and all that. But it really doesn't do any good long term. I kind of compare it to our local town here, where every time a new restaurant starts up, it's a Mexican restaurant, more Mexican food. And I like Mexican food, but I don't always want to eat Mexican food. And so you go into town and Mexican food, Mexican food, Mexican food. Well, you'd kind of like something different. And I kind of feel like that's what we keep doing in agriculture. There's definitely a need for corn. There's definitely a need for soybeans. But every year, our carryout just continues to get larger and larger, and this just isn't sustainable. Our yields continue to go up, which is a good thing, and that's the only way a farmer has any chance of turning a profit is to out-bushel it. But by out-busheling it, we're just adding to the problem. And so I don't know. There's got to be some other crops out there that we are short on, and I get it. We don't have the infrastructure, the market necessarily for some of those crops, but maybe instead of spending all this money just trying to get guys through, maybe we should be spending more money on researching and finding out what other crops farmers could be growing and creating that processing plant to utilize those. I think that would be a much better use of our money and be a much more sustainable use of our money.
I appreciate the help, but it's a far cry from what we need. Just the loss in corn this year with a record crop was over 16 billion. The loss in soybeans at production is around 11 billion. That doesn't count cotton and rice, which are even bigger losses than that.
So this $12 billion is not going to make up for this 1 year? I mean, say China goes back to buying soybeans and other crops as they were buying before this trade war. Is $12 billion not enough to bridge that gap?
Probably not.
Voted for Donald Trump.
And why did you cast that vote?
I know that our county now is, I would say, 80 to 85% red.
Okay.
I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. I would say I changed to the Republican Party at some point when I was a kid. Again, we were Democrats.
So in this past election, what were the issues that motivated you?
I'm one of the people who probably believes the economy will kind of take care of itself. I don't look to the government to provide a lot of jobs. I expect them to provide a level playing field.
Any aid right now is welcomed. Now the downside to it is, that $12 billion has to go across 50 states. Arkansas alone needs $3 billion. We're sitting here with an oversupply. Obviously that drives the price down. And right now we're looking at $300 an acre in loss. These payments weren't supposed to come out until October of 26. And so for them to recognize that there is an issue and to get some of that money from October moved up to now that's a huge plus. If you have your entity structured properly and you can maximize the dollars you're getting back out of these payments, then that's income that you can show the bank and possibly get your loan prolonged instead of having to file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy and you get to farm another year.
So the government announced today that they're going to release a $12 billion farmer bailout for grain farmers. But they're going to keep $1 billion of that back for administration fees. If you figure that up, the amount of land in the United States, it's only around $36 an acre. $36 an acre doesn't account for much anymore. But what this did, after that was announced, I immediately switched over and watched grain prices plummet. Because now traders know the farmers are going to get some money. We don't have to pay as much. In return, the price of fertilizer is not going to go down. The price of equipment is not. And the price of corn seed is not. Because the government gave farmers money to pay the suppliers. It's a corporate bailout disguised as a feel-good, we're going to save the farmers. We don't want a bailout. We want a decent price, and we want the manipulation to end. That's what farmers want. But it's been a good year for the beef man. They've earned it. The price on beef isn't too high. Believe me. But looks like dairy farmers are out again. And the looks of it, they're predicting $15 milk to $13 milk this winter. That'd be like the equivalent of selling dollar corn. It's a damn shame.
Tariffs are incredibly bad for farmers. I mean, by the way, anybody who deals with commodity markets knows that tariffs are terrible on commodity markets. So, like, any farmer who didn't know this was coming, frankly, should just have to give me their farm. You know, it's like, I can't help you, man. But it's killed us on a couple of levels. One, we have lots of rice right now sitting in storage that we can't sell at any price. All of the stuff about China's going to buy American soybeans, that's just a lie. They bought 5% of what they bought last year. Those are the real numbers. And so nobody's buying soybeans. The other thing is that the incredible investments in Brazilian agricultural infrastructure have brought Brazil up to like growing industrial crops. So that has driven the price down of cotton, soybeans, rice, and corn. I think the day Obama left office, the 3 industrial sized cotton crops in the world were China, India, and the United States. And now it's China, India, Brazil, and the United States. And so like having all of these massive industrial sized crops brought online directly because of tariff threats the first time. I mean, it's Taco. He always chickens out. But the damage has been done. Like, if we elected an entire new government tomorrow, I mean, I don't know how long it would take to get those markets back. And the prices aren't coming back for a long time. I mean, this is like a real existential threat for the American farmer. And I don't think that government payments are going to get it done. And I don't.
Your farm buddies going oopsie at this point?
Yeah. A lot of people are going oopsie because like people just want to own the libs and like sort of thought that like this was all talk and nothing was going to happen. And like people are going to lose their family farms. I mean, there are people who aren't going to be able to get crop loans. You know, that's coming up pretty soon, and land values are going to go down. And like, it's really bad. And I don't know how long this is going to take to come back. I mean, somebody's got to go over and like try to kiss China's ass to buy these soybeans. I don't really see that happening. So I don't really know what's going to happen, except that like the American farmer is in existential trouble. And anybody who tells you anything other than that is lying.
Video on, you know, kind of the farming and kind of the crisis going on in row crop farming right now. You know, things are very hard in row crop farming for a lot of people. All agriculture is struggling, really, except for livestock. Cows are pretty good right now, which those guys needed a good money-making time because they've been selling cows too cheap for 10 years. But on the row crop side of things, you see a lot of things about, you know, corn's the same price it was in the 70s and all that. And I just want to say, because I've got mixed feelings on it, not every farmer is in bad shape. Yeah. There's a lot of people that's been farming the past 20, 25 years, very conservatively, not showing out, not buying, you know, new trucks every year and X9s and all that. And they're kind of sitting in the driver's seat, especially if they're not leveraged very much. Because they can buy some really nice equipment really cheap. And, you know, there's some people that have not managed very well and kept growing and kept growing and kept growing, and they're leveraged to the hilt, which is not good when we hit a recession like we have right now. And the human side of me says I hate that for them because I don't want to see anybody lose their farm or their business. The business side of me says, well, they're kind of getting what they deserved in a way because, you know, you can't just keep going and kicking the can down the road and keep borrowing money and keep borrowing money and keep piling on debt and expect to farm your way out of it.
Because, you know, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.